hello. It's me. I'm back. Just checking all the relevant stuff. There you go. There's a stream notification. Always need to check. You never know. It is kind of weird how sometimes the notification that my bot sends, the little media message it sends is sometimes super stretched out, sometimes it's not. I wonder what's up with that. Wonder what's up with that. Huh. Anyways, here I am. Yeah, let's get going. I'm going to preserve the original repository. And by preserve, I mean we're just going to start a new project. We're scrapping everything because I am completely dissatisfied with where I am with the project. Like I just have no ideas. I've rolled around the current idea in my head a few times, but it's just not working out. So I do want to finish something though, so it'll be a sprint for the finish. So this is the GitHub Game Off. Redo. As in redo, right? Alright, so we are just completely pivot. This is a hard pivot into a new idea. So let's see how that works out. Let's see how that works out for me. So set up Godot project. Should give me all my basic folders, give me a license. I think it doesn't give me a readme, if I remember correctly. But that's fine. That's fine. It's dev. Let's see. Unpin from quick access. Well, we'll have 2 GitHub Game Offs. Let me see if I can find it. This is what we want. I'm going to use some of the code from the old one. Even though that one was in C#, we can still use the parser. I still really like the idea of a hacking game that has like actual programming in it. Which is going to have to be a bit fancier with how we handle this. Right? Let me see. Also, let me see something about this. Alright, so these are still the logs, but that's not relevant here. Dev. What was the most recent app manager thing I used? Trying to remember. What's the one that's the most advanced? What's the most up-to-date one? It might be Color Typewriter now that I'm thinking about it. Or Manga Reader. No, Manga Reader GD does not have any of that stuff. Incremental Typer does not either. These 2 things don't have like any code in them. This is tough. This is tough. I suppose it would be Color Typewriter then, huh? Oh, but there are no utils. Is this in C#? Or Color Typewriter doesn't even use an app manager? I guess it'd be Hunter Story GD then. And then, well, then it's still called Game Manager. Whatever, we'll figure it out. I suppose then OpenCFace is then just the most advanced one at this point. But then this one has a bunch of garbage in it. Good job, me. Making my job really easy. Alright. So let's create... Well, it doesn't need to be a node. It'll just be a new script. We'll call it app manager. Structured. We'll open it up. Slap everything into here. Lots of these things don't matter. Process, there is no process. Then there's just the console log, right? Save config, we don't need save config. And then this one, every single message needs to be prefixed appropriately. So how am I gonna do that? And then this can be the canonical app manager that I'll use for most of my applications. I know there is an app manager that I use for C# stuff, but need to think about that. And then anyways, let's do this really quick. So just slap a canvas layer into the current screen. This will be title. And then yeah, we can have a color rect. Full screen, full rect, and then we'll pick some color. Purple is always a nice one. I feel like purple is a very underrated color. Dark purple, 10 out of 10. And then there's our panel container. And then we'll figure out what exactly we want to do there. That's our title. Screens. Create a title thing, and then this one is just called title.textScene. Right. Nothing there quite just yet. I do need to grab... I need to grab the old theme I was using. So. Do I have that actually saved in my Godot snippets? Like, that's just a good thing to have. I don't. Okay. Godot snippets. Oh, but then that one is a bit too advanced, which sounds a bit weird, but it has references to other external resources, which I don't want. So I'll grab OpenCV Face GDs styles. Nope, can't use that either. What am I doing? Is this theme appropriate? There's main theme. Is your theme easy? I always forget. Styles. I don't know. Let's grab your theme, I guess. Assets, themes. This is now your theme is now my theme. Congratulations. So pin the quick access just so we can jump back and forth really quickly. So that's just the default theme, I guess. No such thing as a battle theme. Oh, actually, this is not the theme that we want. All right, get out of here. I guess I am going to grab this one. Actually, does OBS WebSocket GD use a theme? It does not. Okay. All right. This one. Well, it's fine. I'll just create a new one. So theme, it's not hard to make a theme, it's just annoying. So there's no default font, but let's save as, boom. So main.theme, nice. Panel container. That's a good one. Panel. This will use a new style box, flat. Give it a dark grayish color. I think this is the one I usually use. 2B, 2B, 2B. Hit it with a corner radius of, okay, 5, 5, 5, 5. Constant margin, 5, 5, 5, 5. There we go. And then give that a save. And then just like the annoying part is grabbing the button styles, but I think GitHub Game Off won't have the appropriate button styles that I need. Main style box. So we can grab the button style box stuff and then just slap them into here as well. Themes. There's the buttons. Alright, so main theme. Then we'll add one for button. Just in general. Alright. So quick load. There's the... Or is there no normal button? Or did I not save that? Alright, hold on. Go back to panel container. This style box flat. So save as... I guess we can save it. Okay. Make unique. Save. Button. So this is just, I don't know, like base dot style box. Phenomenal. This just uses the base style box, and then button. This one would also just use the base style box until we get around to actually making a fancier style box. So this one is hover, I think. Yeah, then pressed, we'll need to have one. Yeah, I think that's okay. It's all right. Disabled, let's see. All right, cool. Save as. Call it a day. Then we'll add the theme to here. Just quick load it. Cool. So, full rect, but it won't actually be full rect. What we're gonna do, this is just the main menu anyways, so we'll figure out what exactly we need to do. 0.6, that's fine. 0.85, no. 6.5, no. 15.625, right? 0.65, and then 0.9 or something. So this is just the menu. Add a VBox, add some buttons. Okay, I'm seeing a problem with the current theme. So main theme, go to, button. This one, make unique. And then we can make it a bit brighter. 40404, nice. Save as. This is like normal style box dot tres. Then load that in, normal style box dot tres. So at least it's visible. Actually, what does hover look like? Oh, hover is just Oh, they're just background colors. Okay. Hold on. 169. There we go. Neat. Okay. Hit it with 3 buttons. Gotta move fast, gotta move fast. Because I want to have something out fairly quickly. So boom, boom. Let's play. Quit. I suppose. Options. I always have options listed, but I never use options. Let's also grab the. Let's grab the fonts I was using. So I think I was using Kenny Future before. I wonder if there's a better, I guess, high definition fonts. We can use Kenny Future for now, though. So new folder, fonts. Slap this in here. Look at that. Main theme. Default fonts is a new dynamic fonts. Fonts is going to be one of these. Font path. I think you can do that. Anti-alias, no. I think that's okay. Is that how that works? Is this how this works? I don't think that worked, unfortunately. I think something broke. Dynamic font uninitialized. Fair enough. Fair enough. Give me a dynamic font data. Or actually, give me a vector font at runtime. Oh, I can just do this. Oh, interesting. So clear this just in case. Then we'll quick load. Kenny Future. Okay. Neat. I remember I've done this before as well. So we do like an outline. Completely a black outline. And then just something like that. So it's anti-aliased very slightly. Give that a save. Alright, so this is play. Options. There's not too many options, but it's always nice to have options, right? Give this a script. Then we'll just grab the few buttons that we have. So this is on ready. Var play button is equal to that. Options button will not be initialized, or I won't implement it just yet. But play and quit, those are pretty easy to implement. So func on play. On options. And it's just easier to do things like this. I do know of a way to kind of reuse a bunch more functions, or reuse functions from buttons. So you can always just pass along the button text and then do a match on the pressed signal. That'd be pretty weird. It would work though, right? You could do connect, pressed, self, and then like on pressed, right? And then you can pass along the button text, since pressed does not have any parameters associated with it. So that you only ever have one function handling one type of signal, and then you just kind of match the caller, basically. It's pretty weird. I think I prefer doing it this way, where everything is split up. I think it would start to make sense once you have more and more UI elements. If you have a ton of UI elements, it might make more sense to just have one single handler and then just match against some identifier. But with a few, this is fine. Actually preferable because it's easier to read. And then quit button. Quit. Really should just have a template for an options menu. It's not hard to do. So this is get tree. Quit. There we go. Gotta remember, auto load in app manager. Just in case. Always nice to have an app manager. On play, then we will go to probably the next screen. So we'll just have a combat screen, I guess. No 2D. We'll call this combat. Yeah. Or probably like battle. So this is the battle screen. How imaginative. How did you think of that? All right, let's just go ahead and star all of these as well, so I can just jump from thing to thing. This is combat, and then based off of, I guess, some metadata, we'll call it combat. I should have called it battle. Battle. This one will just be battle. Right, the battle screen. Add a camera to it. Current. We're not going to use sprite graphics this time. We're just going to use some really bad developer art. The idea is probably going to be a shmup in the vein of Upgrade Complete. I don't know. Is that game still available to play? Upgrade Complete game. Yeah. I remember playing this on Congregate. I think it was a Flash game though. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. There we go. We'll just go straight to the battle screen. So there'll be a few screens that we can jump to and from. So you'll have your, I guess, your upgrade screen. And then your upgrade screen will handle pretty much everything, right? So there won't be any movement in that screen for I guess upgrading stuff. You just need to use your mouse and you'll click on things and then things will happen. Yeah, I think that makes sense. And then here, so yeah, well, canvas layer. This will be your, or I guess this is your rest screen, right? Rest screen. Or I guess it's like, what's it called? What's a building called that a mechanic is in? Workshop. There we go. I know words. I can speak English, probably. Workshop. I'm putting these all into their own folders temporarily. Alright. So then we have your color rect full rect, and I say temporarily because I'm mostly just doing this, so I'm not limited by like not having things in folders, so I can create smaller helper nodes that are easily reusable, etc. All right, so that's your background right here. I wonder how that'll look against the I'll probably be fine. All right, now I'm trying to think. What do we want in here? So if we're thinking about kind of like a workshop kind of thing, I think you would want to have probably like a list of, well, one, like a main view of your current ship. So the idea is that you have a big ship, you can customize it. So it looks something like we. It's starting to look like a Teletubby. Something like that, right? And it has rocket boosters, etc. Maybe not rocket boosters, but you know what? It won't look like this, but you'll have your ship. You'll have your main core that you must always have, and you can attach. You know, you'll have like a rocket booster attached, right? And then they'll just kind of be attached via lines, and then we'll just draw a line between them, the two, right? Or you'll have like weapons, armaments. I suppose they don't even need to be attached. They can just float. As long as there's space, it'll work. Or as long as they're not overlapping, it'll be fine. So, or you have like guns, etc. Pew pew. Right, but this will be your main component. And I think it is better to have it be wider rather than longer for a few reasons. One, I think it just makes more sense to do the UI like that. Because I think the majority of players will be playing from PC, not mobile. But I think on mobile, it should still hopefully be okay, as long as everything is more or less mouse driven. I think the harder part is, you know, working with components. So then this will be your, let me see. This is the ship customization. And then these are ship parts, right? Ship parts. Oh, ship parts / shop, I guess. Ship parts / shop. And then maybe we can have some options here. So when you like click on something, that's where you can get into the kind of programming part. And that's the part that I'm more interested in, is the programming part. Then what will be on the bottom bar? I'm not sure what's going to be on the bottom bar. Maybe the bottom bar will just be very small, right? Maybe the bottom bar will just be like this. And it'll just be a bunch of just options. All right, so this will either be ship customization or I guess like the code editor. right? So it's like almost simulating like being like a mechanic almost in the game. So instead of having to balance like ship stats, you're trying to balance like modifications to the actual code of your ship. I think that'd be cool. That'd be cool. And then this is the only thing I have in mind right now, which is like next stage. The next stage button. Yeah. So that's what we're going for here. That's not hard. That's not hard. Yeah, okay. So this will have a few panel containers. Panel container 1, this will be called... Alright, let's get just a big control. Full rect. This thing's only purpose is to hold a theme. So there we go. Then this will be our main view. So main view will probably be this one. Then we'll have a side view, etc. So, could be really easy actually if I just do something like this. So we change this to be change type. Not a panel container. VBox container. So this is just container. This will be your, well then we'll need 2 HBox containers, right? HBox container, and then duplicate HBox container. Beautiful. Alright, and then this one will need to have margins of 10, 10, negative 10, negative 10. That's fine. Size flags, expand fill. Delete this one. So this is your top, and this is your bot containers. Let's put this one here. Size flags. We'll need to think about how I want this to work. Because we could just have one really big container down here. So we don't even need like a bottom HBox container. And then have all the buttons inside of that. Or we can have, yeah, I think that makes sense. So we'll just have, well no, we'll just have a few buttons. So size flags, expand, expand. Looks fine. So there's just the one button for now, and then I guess we'll have I don't know. Like a main menu button, maybe. Alright, so stretch ratio, this one should be very tiny, 0.2. 0.2 might still be too big. Now I'm looking at it, 0.15. Yeah, something like that. So this is the next stage button. I don't know what these buttons are gonna do. Still thinking about it. This one is the main view. And so we'll switch out the contents of main view whenever we need to. And then this one is, this is like shop. This is the shop, I suppose. Size flags. This one should be a lot smaller, so 0.5 feels okay. Maybe 0.4. Just make it a bit smaller. Cool, 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 cool. So this is now next stage. I feel like these buttons look different. I feel like these buttons look a little too different. Hold on. What if we change this color to be 169 as well? So they're all slightly see-through. So So main theme, hold on. We'll go to normal. This one we'll just quick load in base style box. Give that a save. Then we'll delete normal button style box. Yeah, okay, now they're all using the same whatevers, right? Project settings, run. We're still at title. It's very tiny. Go to play. Oh, I didn't implement it yet. I wonder if there's a, So on a high DPI monitor, this will not look very good. And I have a high DPI monitor, so that's a bit tough. 16 by 9. Then allow high DPI. Well, I don't know. Would you want to do like 16 by 9, just force it like that? And then do aspect. I think expand is okay. It doesn't do anything, okay. That looks okay though. Neat. Hit it with a quit. On play, then we'll go straight to the workshop. So I get tree, change scene to one of these. Right. So const, this is going to be workshop path. We could preload, but I suppose I should preload. Unless, no, we're not going to preload. Because the hard part about preloading is that you must avoid circular references. Otherwise, we can't. You'll get some weird behavior. At least back when I was misusing preloads a lot, or overusing preloads, we should say. I should say. So there's the next stage button. OnReady var, next stage. Button, do a lot of this stuff. Next stage button. Let's see. Pressed self on next stage. Alright. On next stage. Now I have the battle screen. Pretty simple, we'll just do the same thing. We'll get tree. And then just need to remember that I need to pass all the appropriate data into my app manager beforehand. So we'll have like a variable called like screen setup data. So for each screen, I suppose they'll optionally like have to read from the screen setup data, look for something, and then figure it out. Otherwise, just do the default startup. So going from title to workshop, should probably just start a new game, especially since I don't have any way to do data saving right now. But maybe if we do have save datas, then, you know, we'll do something. We'll load in data, do some stuff. And then from workshop to battle, I wonder, no, battle should save current state to some like player data. Yeah. I guess we'll just have like player data in app manager somewhere. Yeah. We'll need to figure that out. Alright, so main theme, by the way, before we get too distracted, HBox container. There's a few things we need to change. Separation needs to be 10. And then VBox container needs to be the same. So give that a save. Look at how this looks. Yeah, now everything is spaced appropriately. Nice. And then this is the battle screen. Yeah. So let's go into... Probably just gonna open up paint.net. I have Krita, but I don't really feel like using my real graphics tablet right now. I could. It would be a fun use of time. Although I would need to switch screen regions because I'm not actually capturing that screen. That's fine. I think everything should be roughly 400 by 400, right? That's already like a bit too big, I think. Everything should be roughly a 400 by 400 square. Give me a new layer. Give me a bigger brush. And then... Ooh. Ooh. Anti-aliasing. It's beautiful. Okay. We can draw a better square. Ooh, or I guess this is closer to like a squircle. Beautiful. Beautiful. Right, and then let's set this to just like a really ugly color so then I can reuse my palette swapper as well. So there's a few things that will be palette swap eligible. So give me this. Fill. That's beautiful. So that's the HSV value. And then the RGB value is 255, 0, 220. My eyes. Okay, so then we can get rid of the background. So this is just the thing. Give that a save. Ha ha ha. GitHub Game Off assets. So these will be in ship parts. So this will just be, I don't know, like square? Or like chassis, basic chassis. And then I'll just have to define one part as being the, like your cockpit. Or your control module, I should say. Alright. So give me this. This is what it's going to look like for now. Whoop. Whoop. Looking pretty good. I don't really know what this is supposed to be. But I'm all for it. Okay. Do we have like a slightly darker blue? Alright, finish. It's a darker blue. I feel like these should all be like darker blue, right? And then these should be like ultra dark blue. Yeah, one of these. Cool. So let's hit this with a save as. So this will just be your cockpit. And then the pink, of course, is the pink, of course, is so that we can palette swap. So actually, before I forget, yeah, let's go back. Hit me with this palette swapper.gd palette swapper text. All right, so we can just go into utils, drop this in here, and I think I can just drop palette swapper into auto load. Yeah, so there's your palette swapper, and then it should have the script just attached to it. I think the hard part is figuring out which color I would like to palette swap. It can be a little tough. All right. And then also here's another hard part, is figuring out what we want to do for the player ship. So I think it should just be a node 2D with a few area 2Ds attached to it. And then these area 2Ds will just listen for things entering their area. So they won't really be using physics at all. Yeah. So this is player ship. Player ship is its own entity. Player ship. Right, so entities. Player ship, we can just drop this. Just drop this here. Right. And then there will be player ship parts, and that will be slightly more complicated. It'll be slightly more complicated, I think. Now, what I kind of have in mind is each part is basically the same thing, but it's just parsed differently. So get rid of these logs. So they're all defined by an assembly language, more or less. And then I do some additional parsing afterwards from the resulting assembly language objects, and then that's your ship part. So if you wanted to play the game unoptimally, you'll just buy all your ship parts. But I think if you wanted it's basically like a cheat code that you have to work for. Like you could just program in your own ship parts if you knew what the values you wanted. Maybe. That's probably not a good idea. I should probably have just like specific things that you can do. Yeah. Probably makes more sense. But anyways. Collision shape. We'll add a collision shape. This will just be a square. It's pretty much just going to be all squares. Make it really easy. Then this will also have a sprite attached to it. Texture. Quick load. This is the cockpit. Looking pretty good. I think I'll need to squish a lot of these down. I think that's probably what I'm gonna have to do. Also, I'm seeing that it's not centered, which is bothering me. Oop. Hit me with a move. Is that centered? This looks okay. Cockpit. That looks a bit better. That looks a bit better. So extents, I think it's 400 by 400, so the extents would be 200 by 200. Ooh, not quite. So we can shrink it like that. Shrink it like this. Okay, close enough. So that's 150 by 160, 150 by 160. And so this is your cockpit. Must always have one, no matter what. And then ship parts. I think this is where it starts to get kind of dicey. So then you'll have area 2D. This will just be your base ship parts, right? With a collision shape and then some sort of empty sprite. And the collision shape, that's probably going to be it'll be based off of the chassis, I think. So let's open up chassis again. Chassis. Big pink thing. Move it over just so it's a bit more centered. Actually, what am I doing? Let's just grab this one, right? So grab, delete this thing, then slap this in here. Then we can just paint over the whatever is currently there, right? That's really easy to do. Nice. Okay, so that's the chassis. So we'll load in just a placeholder chassis thing, and then for the actual stuff. For the actual stuff, then we'll start getting more specific. 150 by 160. 150 by 160. That's probably a bit better, yeah. So this is your base ship parts. So we'll have ship parts, and then this is your base ship part. Add a script. Right, and then everything else will inherit from this. But the big thing is that we'll have to do some parsing afterwards, or beforehand and then afterwards. So let's see. What did I call it? GitHub Game Off 2021. Skill parser. Okay. So this is where it gets tough. Is that we would want to parse all the skills here in the ready function. Or no, maybe not. No. Or I don't know. It's fairly fast. It's fast enough as when you don't have too many parts. Maybe we should pre-parse them all. Maybe we should pre-parse them. We'll think about it. We'll think about it. So maybe they get pre-parsed somewhere else. And then I just store that information somewhere. So probably in like the workshop screen, we will pre-parse whatever you happen to do. Or maybe not. Well, that's tough. Think about it. We'll think about it. But anyways, in the battle screen, really quickly, we will spawn in the player ship, and then the player ship will have to be made up of other parts. I'm thinking I can probably get away with doing this. So we'll have just an additional node2d that contains the ship parts, right? And then here we'll do onReady var ship parts is equal to Ship parts. Yeah. Right. Has no TD. Okay. That was weird. So it's not able to give me a guarantee unless I do like a cast. That's very strange. That's okay. And then maybe when we move from like battle to workshop and workshop to battle. Yeah, okay, here we go. We won't ever queue free the player ship. We will just remove it from the scene tree and then put it back, I guess. So, player ship, class name, player ship. Right, so in the app manager, we'll have var player ship, which is, you guessed it, a player ship. Phenomenal. And then in workshop needs to have a script attached to it. So whenever we go to the next stage, we should remove the player ship. It's unready var next stage button is equal to next stage. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna explicitly cast it. It's okay. We're all adults here. So, next stage button, we'll do connect on next stage button. Right. On next stage. All right, so there's a few things here. So if app manager player ship is not null, then we'll do a thing otherwise. Wait, no, if it is null, then we'll just create a new player ship, right? Yeah. Player ship, that's an entities. Player ship will grab this and then just load it in. So var player ship right. So here, the player ship is null, then we will do app manager player ship is equal to load whatever the heck this is instance, and then we'll always just kind of pull in the player ship from app manager equals app manager player ship, and then we'll add it to the main view, like to the center of it. So that'll be a bit tough, I think. Maybe it won't. I don't know. I don't know. So we can have something like a few views. So this will be a viewports container with a viewport inside of it, of course, yeah. How'd you think of that? Transparent background. Open and close the workshop. Nope. What's your problem? Viewport size. Eh? It is. Ooh. No? Eh? What? Eh? Ooh. like crazy. It should be whatever this thing is, right? It should be this size. Right, so right now it's 11 by 746. Alright, cool. Sure. So this stretch mode should actually override it, right? Viewport was rescaled to the viewport size, yeah. So that's fine, and then I'll need to have probably like a node 2D inside of here with a camera 2D attached to it. And so this will be a current camera 2D inside of there. Yeah, okay. So this will be the ship view, I guess. So ship view. Save branch as seen, ship view. So in workshop, we'll just kind of slap this down here. Open it up. What are we doing here? Not too much, not too much. Ship view. We'll grab this path. Onready var, ship view. So this is a node 2D. That's gonna be tough though, because then now I need to be able to click on it as well inside of the ship view. It might be better not to reuse the same ship and instead just kind of store the data somewhere. And then we can validate. Yeah, so we'll do all the validation in this view. And then once we, click next stage, then we'll just read from the data, instance in everything as appropriate. Right? As opposed to just using the same data for everything, so whatever the heck this contraption is. So we can read from player ship data, but that might not be a good idea. Yeah. I might need to have like a model class instead. Alright, get rid of that. Get rid of this. I think there needs to be like a model thing. And then these need to use separate parts as well. So there's like the workshop stuff, like the workshop entities, and then the actual battle entities. So there's a lot of overlap, but the logic is almost completely different. Maybe? So here, they are input pickable. So, object picking, yes. I think that should be fine actually. Now I'm thinking about it, that might work. And then whenever we use the same thing, but we just disable object picking on every single node once we go into the battle screen. Yeah? Maybe that'll work. So I think we can still reuse this. So ship view, nothing happens. It's just there. Maybe has some scripts on it to do some validation. Or even to just, be able to have a non-glitched view of this inner viewport. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. Let's send it. Wait, before we send it, need to remember to just actually continue to finish this up. So ship view, grab this node equals whatever the heck this is. On next stage button, we can do, we'll do remove child player ship, because we'll always have one, right? So we remove child, which means we just take it out of the scene tree. Yeah. Take it out of the scene tree, and then we'll load in the battle screen. So get tree, change scene, this thing. And then we'll want to make this a constant. So constant battle path. Right? Battle path. So you'll have your title, workshop path, and then battle. Wait, I did this wrong. Yeah, battle doesn't have these. What am I doing? I think battle is just going to be contingent on, I don't know. So battle will probably have a tween that will run like an animation, right? Or it'll just have like an animation player on it. So it's like once you destroy all the enemies, it'll be like stage completes or battle finished. And once the animation is over, it sends you back to the workshop, right? I think that makes sense. So we'll have like an animation node with some text and some GUI stuff. Yeah, so we'll do just a control that will be hidden for now. So anchors set appropriately. The anchors don't look correct actually, now I'm looking at it. That's probably okay. Let's put this on its own canvas layer so it doesn't get confused at the very least. Yeah, okay, that looks correct. So this will be battle finished. Added just a completely separate animation player. And then, yeah, when the battle's finished, I'm pretty sure battle finished display. Yeah. We can save branch as seen here in battle. So this is the battle finished display. Okay, yeah. So whenever the battle's finished, then we'll just load in the battle finished display. Yeah. Yeah. So I suppose then it'll just be like remaining enemies, right? Or like, so we'll have like an expected enemy count. So var expected enemy count. Wait. Maybe like an actual, or just like enemy counts. And then every single enemy that you kill will emit a signal saying that they've been killed, and then we can lower the counts after that. So the battle screen will take care of spawning in all enemies. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah. So you have your enemy counts. Int. This needs to be set by something, not sure. And then we'll need to listen for something, and we'll hook it up to like on enemy killed. Like we don't care which enemy it is, right? Just that it's been killed. Then we'll do enemy counts. Minus equals 1. And then if enemy count is less than or equal to, or just less than 1, right? AKA it's 0. Then we'll want to load in var battle finished is equal to load this thing, and we'll instance it in at the same time. Yeah, then we'll hit it with a just immediate add child. Maybe not immediate, we can do call deferred just in case. Call deferred add child battle finished. Yeah, and then battle finished display. This will kind of do its own thing. Has its own mini script. Right, so on ready, it'll just play its default animation, I guess. It only has one animation, but I want to do it via the animation player as opposed to using a tween. Because using a tween, I would have to kind of just guess where things need to go. I mean, that's one of the nice things about using an animation player in Godot, right? It's very visual. Alright, so animation. Let's just create a new one. So this will just be, let's just call it play. Why not? Onready var anim player is equal to animation player. So we'll hook it up to, or we'll listen to animation finished. Self on anim finished. I remember that there are some things. Yeah, animation finished. Yeah. Oh, hello, Bumdy. Hello, hello. How are you today? I am hard pivoting to something not completely different, but pretty different. Because I think it's a lot simpler. The idea is a lot more concise. But yeah, I've been sleeping all day. Been sleeping all day. I was very tired. I don't know why I'm so tired. It's like some weeks I'm like just want to go to sleep, and then there's some weeks where I'm feeling up to it. Feeling up to actually work on things in my free time. I have a question though? Yeah, go ahead, sure. You don't need my permission to ask a question, I guess. I do reserve the right to not answer the question, but you know. I guess there's only one animation, so we don't even need to listen to it. I've extended a script that contains a dictionary and a base class. Yes. So you'll have access to that dictionary, yeah. It can, yeah, your base script has a dictionary, yeah, and then you are extending it, yeah. I can access that by child class in itself. No. Yes? I try to access it from a different script. I can. So the child class, as long as it has a reference to the scripts, should be able to do it, yes. Trying to access it from a different script. You cannot. Are you trying to access it? Wait, trying to access the dictionary? So you're trying to access the dictionary from... Why are you like this? I would like to extend out the canvas. Right, so you have your base class, and then you have a subclass, shall we say, inside of it. So this is your super, this is your extended, and then you have a child class inside of that extended class. So this is a inner class. Is that what you're saying? And so then you have a dictionary here, some dictionary. So you can access that dictionary from your extended class, right? That makes sense. And then you can also access that dictionary from your inner class as long as your inner class has a reference. Or I guess as long as your inner class knows about your extended class. Now if you have... But any other script that has reference to extended... So you're saying that some other class, right? Other class is not able to access that dictionary. That's not possible? That should be possible, right? Because that thing should... It will exist at these 2 points. Are you sure you're typing it in right? That's the biggest one. Did you type it in right? Right. These two paths are valid. So if you only have your superclass, then yeah, you'll be able to access that dictionary. If you are extending it, you should still be able to access it because it's extending it. You will not be able to access it from your inner class unless your inner class has an explicit reference to your extended class. Second thought, it's race initialize. Oh yeah, okay. So if you're trying to access it immediately, then yeah, then you'll have a problem. So what you can do is you can do like a while, you know, while not something like that. Why am I typing this in Paint? Well, we're too far. We're too far gone. So while... Oh no. I messed this up. Then you can yield get tree idle frame. Something like that. Real university hours here. If you are running into a race condition, then you can just wait for it to become initialized. If this is assuming that this is being called in your ready function. I think that will work. It's not great, but I think if you're initializing them both at the same time, then I think you will run into a race condition. I think that's just the unfortunate part about that. Since I think super will initialize itself first, and then it will run all the extended class functions afterwards. Or it'll run the super ready function, and then it'll run the extended class ready function. So we'll do get tree, change scene. We'll go back to workshop. So there we go. So anim player connect animation finished, and then we'll do anim player play play. Beautiful. But there's nothing to see here just yet. It's not really anything to show either, but the idea is that once the battle is done, then we will move over to we'll basically just flip between the workshop view and the battle view. Right. And the battle view, not too hard. I suppose I could do a parallax background at some point, but just to make it really easy for now, we'll have something like this. It's blue. That's the background. Cool. So we can start it up. There isn't really any gameplay so far. Oh no, what is this? App Manager Store Palette Swapper? What is this? Who wrote this? App manager, store palette swapper. Why do I need to do this? I don't need this. Okay, so that's where we are. Technically the palette swapper should be running, but it won't be doing anything because none of the colors should be matching. So we go play. Okay, so that's unfortunate. Wait, what? Ooh. Oh, this is local. Alright, my bad. So container, top, main view. Did I not add it correctly? These buttons will do, well, I'll be able to click on them at the very least. But workshop. Oh, I didn't add it. Yeah, okay. Good job. Another question. Oh baby, another question. My body is ready. Add child, player ship. Yeah, that'll work. So if the player ship is null, then we'll just do this, blah blah. Or no. This is tough. Signal finished. I guess finished, signal done, right? That's pretty much it. How do you call deferred on a base class from another script? Can't you just do like a, NM player call deferred and then pass arguments afterwards? And then if you need to chain arguments, can't you just, it's var args, so you should be fine. So I think if you want to explicitly call it on the base class, that's going to be a bit tough. I know if you want to call a base method, you need to do just dot, which is very strange. They've changed that in GDScript 2.0 to be super, not just dot. But I think that should work, right? All right, so emit signal done. Yeah, there we go. So then battle. Okay, so battle finished. Connect. Hello. Connect. And then on. Let's see. Battle finished. Done. On. Battle finished. The thing also to have is script dot call deferred, which doesn't work obviously. I don't know about the dot syntax. I don't think that makes too much sense. Dot usually has a different connotation in some languages, right? So the dot operator is like it's not really a splat operator, it's like a range operator. No, I think probably the biggest problem, and also one of the nicest things about GDScript, it's like both like really cool and really bad, is that GDScript is very dependent upon strings to do pretty much anything, which makes things really difficult sometimes, but also it makes it really easy to just do like dynamic code. So you can do a lot of things at runtime, which is what I do for this program. On the other hand, it is just passing strings along, so you don't really get a lot of type checking done, or you don't get a lot of IDE help, which can be tough. All right, so we do all of this. There should be a player ship as well. So we have bar player ship. And then we'll just be passing all around the player ship. And then assuming that we came from the workshop, there should always be a player ship. So we're not going to do a courtesy null check. So player ship is equal to app manager, player ship, and then we'll just call add child. Just slap it in there. Sometimes I wish I was making this a C#. Yeah. I think C# has its benefits for sure. For sure. There's a lot of benefits of doing it with C#. It does feel kind of wrong sometimes though, because like I don't know, at least the way that I'm doing the C# project, it doesn't feel like a real C# project. I suppose that's the same way with Unity though. So that's okay. Because like standard C# projects do not look like a Godot project or a Unity project. But you know, inheritance and such things are clearly ruled. Yeah, that's the best part about C#. Or at least like C#, you know, static typing, and then it actually enforces the static typing. Whereas GD scripts, you can have a type hint, but if at runtime you just happen to return something by accident, it won't throw an error. It will just work, which is nice because it means that your application will continue to work on export. However, it does make it really hard to find bugs. Because it is just a type hint. All right, I think this should work, by the way. So we can do this. Yeah, okay, neat. It's too big. And then we can go into next stage. That didn't appear to work. Cannot remove. Oh, okay, I see. So this one needs to be ship view, remove child, and then don't run into an error. So then, yeah, cool, neat. So have you played Upgrade Complete, by the way? It was an old school Flash game way back in the day. You should play it. Upgrade Complete. You can play it in Armor Games, I guess. Yeah. Oh, Upgrade Complete is not currently available on Armor Games. What a pain. Is it available on? Nope. I guess it's only Flash. Is this something like you're doing? Yeah. So my idea is similar to Upgrade Complete. So the game, right? It's mostly it's one of the I guess it was before the rise of Cookie Clicker, but it was basically like you start with something that looks pretty bad, but then you can buy all kinds of like weird upgrades in order to make the graphics look better. You can upgrade your ship to have just all kinds of random parts, right? So it's a lot of what I find appealing in game design. However, instead of focusing on the upgrade part, game that upgrades graphics, yeah. Well, it's actually like a pretty fun game. It's pretty good. I think it still holds up, but of course I haven't played it recently, so I don't know. Well, yeah, no, you upgrade like everything. Everything is upgradable. So you upgrade your ship to have more stuff. So you upgrade your weapons to hit harder. You can upgrade, I think like there's some like menu options you just need to buy. So like everything in the game is like upgradable. But this is one of the first games that I remember that did something. It was like meta like that. Is also Mario game very similar to this? Yeah. But this is an old game though. from 2009. That's spicy. But yeah, so my idea is somewhat similar. It's only the you know, you buy new ship parts. But then we're also going to slap in my programming thing. So each ship part, you can buy like the basic ship part and then try to program in your own. So it's almost like being like a real mechanic, almost. Not really. Whereas, like, you know, if you're doing like vehicle customization in games, it's just like, yeah, let's like throw some new tires in there. I don't know, like upgrade to a, like, I don't know, like a V8 engine or something. But it's like you just click on a button and then it just kind of happens. But what if? Where's the bug part? Is that we are implementing the skill parser. So every single ship part is defined by logic. By logic. So we will. So there's two ways to play. There's the boring way where you need to pay for every single upgrade, and then every single upgrade will be very expensive. So you could spend a lot of time buying pre-made modules, or you buy the basic part and then just kind of program it yourself somewhat. Kinda. Fix the bug of the issue. Yeah, well, I think like the basic parts will give you, I guess, the source code, quote unquote. The more expensive ship parts will be locked by DRM. Get it? It's meta. So you cannot look at their code. So if you want to get like the fancy parts for free, you gotta make it yourself somehow, right? I think that's interesting, and it's also very simple because it's just a shoot 'em up. So now I just need to make assets, and also like implements pretty much everything really quickly. But it shouldn't be too hard, right? Because I already have this running. Ship view, no, player ship. I think I can just make player ship like a lot smaller. Yeah, so we can just set the transform, the scale, probably set it to half. Yeah, I think that's a fairly decent idea. Everything is 400 by 400 and we'll just crush it by 4, right? Yeah, that's about as expected. So you should be able to, on this screen, you'll be able to drag and drop this around. Oh, hello, Knock. Congratulations on rolling a duck. I feel very attracted to the mechanics as like code or node based. Prepared to be attracted. Son, where do you kind of code? So the idea, also Knock, I am hard pivoting from my previous idea. So now we're doing. Have you played Upgrade Complete, Knock? It's an old school Flash game. Yes, he's played Upgrade Complete. So, Upgrade Complete. You have parts. You have your ship. So Upgrade Complete, everything was upgradable. I'm only focusing on like the ship construction part. Yeah, it does look like an egg, but this is the cockpit, and I'm making it pink so I can palette swap it later. But so you buy parts. The cheapest parts will be. You can look at the code. So each part, besides your cockpit, has its logic defined by some sort of assembly code, basically. So for the cheaper parts, you can look at the code and then, you know, whatever, modify it. However, for the more expensive parts, and then the expensive parts will make it really, really expensive or something. So you have to grind. So there's two ways to play, right? There's the boring way where you grind up for money to get the expensive parts. And the expensive parts, did I say this already? They're protected by DRM. So, or at least they're obfuscated or something, so you can't look at them. Or you buy the cheap parts and then you just try to finagle them into something that works. And so at the very least, we'll have, you know, you account for 2 types of players. Dude, I'm a dude. Yes. Cool idea. Thank you, thank you. Cool idea. It's a lot simpler. Top secret parts. You have the time. I think making at least the basic functionality work should be fine, right? It's just a shoot 'em up. I think making it so that everything is defined by assembly language is going to be a bit harder. I'm going to be reusing the logic from the last thing, from the previous attempt. I'm still trying to figure out how you would make assembly language like define a ship part. If you do some long streams like you did before, yeah, maybe. I have time. It's gonna be rough. Hi, what's this game jam? It's the GitHub Game Off 2021. It's been running for a month, but I've decided to scrap pretty much all my work and start over since the original idea wasn't very good. But the theme is bug. What I'm doing is upgrade complete. It's upgrade complete from 2009. You buy pretty much everything in the game as an upgrade, including the menus. But I'm focusing on the part where you build your ship using just parts. It's a shoot 'em up. And then the bug part is that you can program in, I guess, additional functionality to your ship parts, or you can just buy the expensive ship parts. Cheaper ship parts you can reprogram. More expensive ones you're not allowed to modify the code or even look at it. So it's like a open source versus closed source kind of thing, I guess. And there's also 2 ways to play, right? You can play smart or you can grind. How much time is left and how to join? It's on itch.io. It's on itch.io. You can Google it, I believe. But it runs until the 1st, December 1st. So I'm very quickly running out of time. Let me see. This is tough though. This is tough. So I'm trying to figure out how to do code reuse really well. So in the battle screen, would I want to just listen for input? Or actually, I guess I should just like fire, auto fire, so we make it really simple, right? So it'll just follow your mouse. Yeah, here we go. It'll just follow your mouse. Why not? Process, delta. Yeah. So you have your player ship, add child player ship, then we'll get your global mouse position and then just have it follow. So then, in theory, this is also playable on mobile. In theory, at the very least. I'm not sure if that's actually true or not. Is there a way, actually in Godot, to make a keyboard pop up? So Godot, make keyboard pop up. Mobile. How do you bring the keyboard up on mobile in HTML5? Nothing. What is this? What is this? Should just happen with the text input, right? No, that's actually not true. Okay, you would think it works properly, but it doesn't. I've tried this before on some things. I think like I don't know. I feel like I've tried it before, but it didn't work. But maybe I'm crazy. Maybe it just works, but I feel like when I tried it on this thing, not color typewriter, GD Lisp REPL, yeah. When I tried GD Lisp REPL on mobile, it didn't work. So Zooming. Oh, it must be enabled manually in the export window. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Yeah, that's cool. HTML5. We'll probably want to download it really quickly. Oh, I don't have 3.4. Best available mirror. All right, send me. That's it, right? I think I want to try to go mobile first, so which is why I'm also not going to be using keyboard settings. Yeah, I think I still want to go back to that original idea of like an RPG mixed with hacking, but I'm gonna need to think a lot more about the design. I thought it'd be really simple, but as it turns out, it's not. Oh, this is gonna take forever. Oh, okay. A short freeze when they finish, that's fine. So what is it? It's progressive. Oh, you can make it a progressive web app? That's cool. Let's turn on the experimental virtual keyboard as well. Alright, so that should be okay. Then we'll grab your, I guess, mouse position. How do you do mouse position for touch? I don't do any mobile at all. Alright, we'll figure that out later, I guess. We'll add a to-do. To-do, account for touch input, question mark. Okay, global mouse position. That's fairly easy, and then we'll just zoom your ship over to the mouse position, or actually we can probably just we can lerp it, right? So play your ship. Global position is equal to, doesn't factor 2. Yeah, lerping it, linear interpolating it. Yeah, you need to do it like that. For one finger touch, it just works. Nice. Okay, so global mouse position will just work. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Yeah, I never account for mobile, so that's anything having to do with mobile is completely new to me. So mouse position. Probably do like point. Like 0.5 times delta times 60, I guess. Holding, tapping. Nice. Yeah, so the plan is that there's only 2 types of inputs that you would need. Well, one is just tapping, right? So everything is just a big button. Don't know what these 2 buttons are going to be just yet. Maybe they'll be like a save or like a go to, or maybe like an options button. Who knows? And then here's where it starts to get kind of fancy. Oh. So when you click on something, right? Currently the clicking doesn't work, but imagine it does. So when you click on something, you'll get like an option thing that pops up somewhere. Maybe like a top bar pops up. So this will be your shop bar. I think I have this written out in Paint. Yeah, my eyes. Yeah, so this is your ship customization / code editor, and this is your ship parts / shop, right? So you'll have ship parts, picture, and then you'll have like, you know, buy. I guess it's just buy. Buy and or sell. Oh, haven't really considered what you would do with this actually. Maybe this will just be your options, huh? Maybe that'll just be your options. And so you can wiggle them appropriately, maybe? Because what I was thinking, right, was that this would be your shop / your parts menu. And then whenever you click on a part to move it around in the main editor, you'll have the option to switch to like a code editor. And then that will show you this stuff here. So the things that actually make it up, and then you can modify it yourself. And then of course I can't do, or I'm not going to support like syntax highlighting. I think that kind of goes against the spirit of the game. Is you know, bug. And it's like, if you want to save money, you can do it yourself, but just know that you're just kind of like manually poking the thing. Yeah, the next stage just brings you here. Look at that. It looks okay. And then since we're also linear interpolating it, it doesn't immediately like, it doesn't immediately stick to the cursor, which is nice. Cool. And then there's nothing we can do from here, so let's get at it. Cool, 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 cool. So now we need, like I just need to work on the workshop view. And I'm thinking, what kind of design would that, what kind of design would make sense then? Would you want to have, like I need some way to buy and sell parts. Or I need some way to at least buy parts, right? I need some way to buy parts. How would you buy parts? Is there a way for me to do this? And by this, I mean, isn't it, there's a control node that lets me separate things. I feel like I've done this before. Range? No. Separator? Is it a vertical separator? Is that what I want? So I can kind of like resize things? I feel like I've seen this before. Is it the vertical separator? I don't think so. I highly doubt it. Okay, that doesn't do anything. How do you resize control nodes dynamically? Like there must be like a built-in way to do that. It's not range. Probably not a slider. Probably not any of these. Reference rect? Reference frame? What? I've seen this before. I've seen this before. So Godot, resize, control, or user, resize, control. Ooh, resizable UI windows, yes. Please, Godot QA. Am I dropping frames? No? This is, I think my thing is, I think it's, I'm not dropping any frames, but it is taking a long while for the response for Godot engine.org to get back to me. All right, I've seen this before, but we'll think about it. We'll think about it. I think that's kind of my idea though. So what if instead, clicking on things here will just allow you to move things around, but then it'll also change this view here to be like a controls thing, and then also bring up the code editor, etc. And so this will just be like your big omni bar that holds a bunch of information, right? And then all you need to do is click off of something, or maybe like do like a close button, and you'll go back to the shop. Right, so like this is pretty much just like buy new parts, but then when you click on something, this will change. That's a more efficient use of of space. What does a V separator do? V separator. Probably not what we want. Purely visual decoration. Okay. Good to know. I guess I would need to have... I guess I would need to have... probably just a... Hold on. I can drag it left and right. And then when I do that... Right, can't this can listen for mouse input, right? And then because of that, I can then modify how much space the shop view takes up. That could work. That's interesting. Or at least I've never considered that. It's on ready. So this is the top separator. Is this how you spell separator? Separator, yeah. So top separator. This is a V separator. And then we'll also grab the shop. Bar shop. This is a panel container. Right. So top separator, we can connect. What do you have? I mean, it should be a GUI, right? No? Or it's a control. So controls have GUI input. When the node receives an input event. Should be okay. Or actually, top separator connect GUI input self. Oh, that's tough. That's tough. Okay, hold on. Because once you start dragging the separator, it doesn't actually work how you think it would work. All right, I'm thinking. I guess we can just listen for mouse down on top separator input. Something like that. Node not found. Hey? Yeah, there we go. Clear that. Then we can connect func on top separator input. So this will be some sort of input event. And then we only want to listen for I guess like mouse down. Right? So if input event is action oh no. That's not gonna work actually, because you can't listen for mouse input, or you can't listen for touch input, I think. Right? So UI accepts mouse button. I suppose, maybe, I don't know. Is that how that works? let's shelve that idea for now. That's not super relevant. For now, this is probably enough space. That's probably enough space. So then you'll have your shop view. I think the main view, yeah. So going back to this, this is only for no code editing. Although it would be nice to have more space. I think it just makes more sense to have all of the configuration options be in the sidebar. And then this is just for moving things around and placing things on your ship, right? So this is now your code editor. Right. So now let's make it so you can move things around on your ship view. If something is overlapping, then it should be highlighted in red. Yeah. Okay. So I'm just thinking about how you would do that though. So the data structure would have to look like, I guess we would just have your main ship here. I think you would want to just build out the ship every single time. Otherwise, how would you get this to... Yeah. No. Yeah? No? Yes. I think that you would want to build it out every single time. So we can have a function here that's like get ship part positions, which returns a dictionary, var results, return the results, right? And then we'll start with the cockpit. So you'll always have the cockpit. So results. Results. What am I calling it? Get node cockpit name is equal to, I don't know, hold on, var cockpit is equal to, I know there's a shorthand for this, but I'm choosing not to do that just to be consistent. Cockpit is equal to cockpit dot, I think it's just local position, right? And then we'll do for child in, no, just in ship parts, get children, right? Then we'll do the same thing. So result child name is equal to child position. And then we return the results. Oh, and then we also need to store data about, like, what kind of part it is. That's tough. What type of part it... No. This is harder than I thought it would be. Oh, let's think about this. Maybe I need to just define. So I have base ship parts. What if I just attach the node to that? Right? No, that doesn't make any sense. No, no, maybe that does make sense, and we can I duplicate a node like that? So let's slap a little bit of sauce onto this. Cockpit. Duplicate. What's the default flag? Duplicate flags 15. Oh, you just add up all the flags? An instance stays linked to the original, so then the original changes, the instance changes too. Yeah. I think I want to just do 1, 3, 7. Yeah. So it should be duplicated 1, 3, 7. Duplicates 7, right? And then this one will also be child duplicate 7, right? And then we'll just have to read in the changes afterwards. Yeah. So func set ship part positions. So this will take in basically like this dictionary again, but then we'll just read it in to reset the positions, and then also just like various statistics about them. Yeah, because we don't want to... why would I not want to duplicate them via instancing? Let's add a to-do. To-do might want to use duplicate 7. So we clone instead of instancing. And then here's the data. So this maps almost one-to-one back to get ship part positions, except now the position should be changed, right? Then we'll do we'll do boom boom. I think the cockpit is probably the easiest one to modify, because that's going to have like almost nothing associated with it. Like there's no code on it. It's just like you need to have it. You need to have it on your ship, otherwise it won't work. Yeah, actually, yeah. If the cockpit never changes, then we don't need this. What am I doing? But this one, we still need to have this little to-do. Need to think about that. Now it's just for key in data keys, we'll do who set ship part positions. So now we're passing data around. So if you delete a part, I can see this being a problem. Get child. Oh, get node. Get node key. So this is the part. Ship parts get node key. So does get node return an error? Null instances return an error is logged. Okay. I think I just need to be careful. So if I remove something, if I remove something from the ship, then I need to remember to I feel like it makes more sense to just have a separate data structure for this. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So let's go to... So I'm not seeing how I would do this without, like... Well, I can see how I would do it. I can also see how this would become, like, extraordinarily messy. So let's create a new script. This is just your standard like ship data stuff. So this is like ship data, shipdata.ge. Right. Get it with a class name. Ship data. Ship data will have additional information about, I guess, ship parts. So ship parts pretty much will just read in data from the model. Yeah, okay. Starting to get the data model, modeled. In my head. Ship part also should be a reference. And then you'll have... That's pretty much it, right? Ship part will contain, like, class name ship part. Then the entities will not have, will not have a class name. Those are just instance in. But this is where we start having the, I guess, the data values, right? So ship data, let's add a doc string, right? Just for my own benefit. So this contains information about, oh, I'm in the wrong one. Ship data, nope. About ship part positioning. Wait, okay, so about current ship parts and their positions. Yeah. I feel like player ship, we can get rid of this class name as well, which means that several things are going to break because we have just modified a class. Or we just deleted a class, which Godot does not handle very gracefully. Okay, there we go. So player ship, and then there's ship part, ship data, and positions, yes. So this is basically just a struct. So then you'll have var positions, or no. Or is this just like a container node that contains information about ship parts? And then the parts will contain their own positioning data. And then, yeah, so this just contains data about which ship parts currently exist. Yes. Current ship parts that currently exist on the player ship. It's a bit confusing, Thank you very much for the follow, anonymous viewer. I can see your name, but you haven't spoken in chat yet. This isn't your regular stream avatars. Hold on, we can find it. Whee! Hooray for just rolling your own custom solution for everything. So yeah, this would be var ship parts. That's just the dictionary. Thank you very much for redeeming a hydrate, Bundy. Let's drink some water. Drank like half a liter. No problem. Oh. I see the duck is drinking, yeah. Well, if you want to chug water more efficiently, you can't just tip the bottle up. You gotta tip your entire head up. Yeah, I have one of the big spout Nalgene bottles. Not the narrow spout. The big spout, way better than the narrow spout. I never understand people who prefer like narrow spouts on water bottles. It just means that it limits how much you can drink all at once. Right? Like narrow spout makes sense if you're like drinking like on like a truck or something, because you're like bouncing around. But like if you're just standing still, you could just, you know, stop moving and drink. Then you won't slosh water everywhere. String to, part. Probably pipes to drink. Use a straw. Who are you? Use a straw. Have you considered eating less avocado toast at the same time? Millennial detected, etc., etc. I've considered getting a metal straw, but it's just, I don't know. Makes you drink less air. I've got bad news for you. If you're worried about drinking air, you might want to look into how you're currently breathing. I don't know, like I don't feel like I get any more gassy than just, I don't know, like I feel like whenever I do that I don't get like gassy or whatever. Is that like an actual thing that people worry about? Contains information about the current part. So then this will have var position. There's a vector 2. There is no ready function here. I guess we'll have like the code. This will also... that's tough, man. That's tough. Where do I store the code information? I feel like it should be on ship part. So there's like the position. There should be like a ship part type as well. So like enum ship. There's like part type, and so then you'll have your standard none. I don't know, like gun. No. Gun. Sure. Or I guess like chassis, just regular chassis is also pretty good. Regular chassis, gun, rockets. I guess like booster, engine, booster. We'll call it booster. So then you have your position, you'll have your part type, which is of, I don't think you can do this actually. It's good. Is it gonna throw an error? Yeah, part type is not a valid type. Int. Yeah. You know what? Let's just have code. Code string will just be. Actually, I don't think you can have that. ASM. Parsed not. It will be unparsed ASM, and then we'll parse it somewhere. Or we can have like just like another model attached to it. I'll think about it. I think for now I'll just put the raw assembly language. Just take this entire file as a string, because right now the parser is pretty lenient. So you could just write the entire thing as like a single line. I don't know why you would want to do that, but you could. And then that, in theory, should work. 1 second, I'm putting some pants on. It's starting to get kind of cold in here. I think it was the water. There you go. I've been outed. I don't usually stream with pants on. I'm also usually standing up, so like I am getting like constantly doing like mini squats. All right, so there we go. Part type. So you have none. You should never hit none. Then you have your chassis, gun, rocket, booster, and we'll think about more stuff. So the chassis is kind of in its own category. Booster, its own category. Then we'll have just random weapons. Is it snowing in Atlanta? It's not snowing now. I'm impressed that you remember where I live, though. Very impressive. I do indeed live in Atlanta. No, it hasn't snowed in. Oh, it hasn't snowed since like last year. It doesn't snow very often where I am. People say I have bad memory. Well, I'm glad you remember. I suppose it's also like not too hard to find out where I live if you just Google my name. Like my real address, that's hidden from my eyes only. But city, I'm pretty sure it's just on my LinkedIn. I know there are other ways that you can find out where someone lives if you like check like the city registries or whatever, but I'd rather you not. Alright, so get ship part positions. Okay. White pages? I'm not sure what those are, so I will refrain from saying anything about that. Possibly. Not familiar. Usually backdated? I don't know. I'm not familiar with what white pages are. Is that like a... yeah, still not really sure. But here's what we're going to do, by the way. So var, we have ship data, just ship data. Well, we can do this, right? Ship data new, and then var, well, and that's it, right? Ship data new, and then you'll always have Cockpit, but Cockpit will never have code attached to it, or any stats attached to it either, right? It's just your health. So if you're ever just reduced to just your Cockpit, or I guess if your Cockpit ever takes damage, right? That's your actual health damage. Yeah. So we can get rid of player ship, I think, because I'm changing how everything works. So this doesn't work. So player ship is equal to copy path. Like yellow pages, old books. Yeah, yellow pages. Yeah, for individuals, not absolutely, but apps still there. Oh, okay. Oh, that's the difference between white pages and yellow pages. Oh, I didn't know. I've only ever used yellow pages. I've never used the white pages. Yellow pages, very familiar. Used to have to use that to like call up like call the pharmacy or whatever and see if your medication is ready. Hello, Needle Mouse. How are you? How are you? All right, so here's what we're doing, I think. Is whenever we load in the player ship, what we're doing, by the way, is I'm hard pivoting from whatever I was doing before, and we're just going to make. Have you played? I don't know. I mean, you like to. You like flash games, right? Newgrounds. Have you played Upgrade Complete? That's what my game is going to. That's what I'm pivoting my game into. It's Upgrade Complete, except it's only focused on like ship upgrades, and then you can write code to modify the ship part. And so you can either spend a lot of in-game money to get a nice ship part, or you can write your own and possibly save money. So the cheap ship parts are, open source, haha. But the expensive ones are DRM locked. But you can try to emulate, since everything is going to be written, or I guess all the stats and whatever are going to be modified using this kind of code anyways. That's where the programming, that's where the bug theme comes into play. Right. So whenever we instance in a player ship, we should look for the app manager, look for ship data. So ship data has ship parts inside of it. I think, what else would we want? I guess it's just like, there's the ship parts, and then also like var. Is that all it's gonna be? Is that all it is? What else would I want to know about the ship? Or is it just gonna be like a data structure that just contains a dictionary? If it's just a dictionary, then I should just place it on the app manager directly. I mean, we can have some other stuff, right? We can have some other stuff. So like var ship name. I don't know why you would want to name your ship, but people are into that. Built-in function func and init. So whenever you create a new one, we'll just create a new ship name. So this is like my ship. Nice. And then ship parts equal to just an empty dictionary. I suppose like with this, we can also write a loading function, etc., etc. There is this Linux game jam going on somewhere. Any other upcoming jams? I just pay attention to whatever is on itch.io. So that's where all the big jams are usually announced. So what's going on right now? There's the Toho Fan Jam 7. Seems nice. There's the Mini Jam. I think there's a chat member who's doing that. Lost Cartridge Jam. I was tempted. I'd like the Lost Cartridge Jam. It looks cool. But yeah, I mean, there's a few ones going on, for sure. You can join the Winter Visual Novel Jam 2021. Oh baby. Metroidvania Month 14 is going on, closing in 18 days. You can look at whatever is coming up as well. Hit you with one of these. I don't really have any whatevers. No preferences. I usually just try to do the ones that look interesting. Ludum Dare is the only one that doesn't really appear on itch.io because that's kind of in its own class of game jam. But everyone else usually, like, you know, if you're doing a game jam, it's probably going to be via itch.io. Alright, so app manager. Okay. That's fine. This is fine. Player ship. I think we'll want to read from. I've been playing Stardew Valley for nearly 32 hours. Nice. Only 31 hours though. Amateur hours. Rookie numbers. Wonder how much I've played it for a long time on my Switch. Stardew Valley on the go. 10 out of 10. I played it for a long time on my phone as well, which is weird. Let's see. This one we need to run through. So for ship part in app manager ship data dot what's it? Ship parts? Yeah, ship parts. I'm so obsessed with it, I don't know why. If you were truly obsessed, you would have a ridiculous... Actually, let me show you what real obsession looks like, just to one-up you. Let's see. How long have I played this game? Only 17 hours, actually. Ignore me. People have thousands on Stardew. Yeah, Stardew is very popular, by the way. I think I have a few hundred hours. I put like 100 hours in Overwatch like the first week it came out. So that was pretty intense. Greenhouse, I can do tasks for the community center. You can already do a pretty good amount of tasks for the community center though, right? If you just do a lot of other stuff. Or you're trying to like finish up the community center. I don't think I've ever finished the community center, I just got bored. Ship parts. So we'll want to read in. So you'll have, this is tough. So I have ship part data. What do I want to do with this? I don't know. Let's hit this with the to do stub, and we'll go back to workshop. So workshop, we don't need the player ship anymore. Instead, what we'll want to do is run through for ship parts in app manager player hit ship data ship parts. Some games have strange wipe. You want to progress what? Strange wipe sounds like what I did in the bathroom this morning. What am I talking about? Not wipe. Vibe. That's like the... It's a very different word. Word, not verb. My main goal is 100% one of the community center tasks to get the greenhouse. That's my main goal. Isn't it? It's not too hard to do like the mining tasks, right? Or the fishing tasks, you do need to wait a while for different seasons to roll around. I guess if you're doing the farming ones, it's also rough. All right, so let's not do this. So we will only ever build the actual player ship for the battle screen. Otherwise, we'll just do this. And by this, I mean ship parts. Okay, so now I need to actually go back to this. Alright, so these are the ship parts. This is your base ship part. Let's create the cockpit part. Whoop, this one. So this is your cockpit. This is the special one. It's special because you cannot add multiple cockpits. 2 chickens called Yukari and Reimu. Is Reimu like a VTuber reference? And Yukari is just... I'm not sure. I know that there's a VTuber called Reimu something. And then there's... Yukari is just like a Japanese name. Many things are named Yukari. Isn't there, there's one of the... There's a... trying to go back to Azure Lane knowledge. Yukari is the name of a light cruiser. Possibly a destroyer. It's been a while since I played that game. It's a very very forgiving gacha though. It's Toho. Okay, well. Won't play Toho. Both of the names? Well. Sadly, I'm not enough of a weeb. Apologies. Cockpit is equal to load. So we always load in the cockpit. Like so. Instance, and then we'll do ship view. Dot add child cockpit. Yeah, okay. And then here, this is where it starts getting kind of tough. Okay. So how do I ship part? Also, if you're naming chickens after like your Toho waifus, aren't you like you're harvesting their eggs? That seems kind of lewd. I'm not trying to say anything, but it seems a bit disconcerting. I think I've actually written. I've read a at least part of a manga that was about that. It's like was it like some girl who is you know, she's a reptilian, a reptile, snake person. She's like, we control the world from the shadows, but sometimes we also make mistakes. So because when you ovulate, you expel eggs from your body, and then it's like some dude eats her egg. It's not weird, I swear. All right. So part type, and then I guess just based off of the part type, we will. Yeah, I guess just based off of the part type, it'll return the appropriate ship part. So func get entity, get text scene, I guess. I'm also planning to study a lot this month. A lot. Insert a lot joke here. Was it oatmeal? A lot? Oatmeal. One of these. You're studying one of these? I'm impressed. That's in a lot. Planning to study for my exams in December, and during which a break I'll be studying and practicing C++. Oh baby. What do you mean studying and practicing? Do you just mean like writing an application? That's pretty much all there is to studying programming language. It's just practicing, writing things, and then getting used to how things should work. And then eventually just being able to write things without you know, having to look up everything, which is always nice. All right, so this will string. God, I know what you're talking about. Oh baby. Oh baby. You know, +1 to weeb credentials. +1 to weeb credentials. All right, so your base ship parts. Let's create a chassis as well. So there's your, this is just your basic chassis. If it cannot parse it properly, then you'll just get a chassis. Nice. So there's your chassis. Programs and little games. Nice. Results. Just taking some little baby steps. Sounds like a good plan. Sounds like a good plan. For sure. Just know that C++ is tough. Is tough. Very easy to get frustrated. I know I got frustrated pretty early on when I was doing C++. Alright, so match part type. Alright, so if there's nothing, then we should just do nothing because we are setting it equal to chassis, just like that. So part type. So chassis, I think also just do nothing because that's the defaults. Yeah, I think the hardest part about C# or C++ is that there's a lot of types of C++ that you could possibly learn. Right? Do you want to learn modern C++? Right? Do you want to learn what's the most used variant of C++? Isn't it like C++ 13 is the most common one nowadays? But then you can also, like, some projects use like orthodox C++, which is just C++ but like 10 years behind, or not even. It's more of just like a programming philosophy in C++ where you don't use any of the fancy stuff. You try to write it as close to C as possible, but right, because modern C++ is very confusing. Also depends on platform. Yeah. Bad thing about C++, not necessarily super cross-platform. And then isn't it like you need to decide like which compiler you're using as well? So do you want to use GCC? Do you want to use Clang? Because Clang, I think Clang is just like the odd man out. Because I think Tiny C compiler, TCC, is more or less compatible with GCC. They're not exactly the same, but they're pretty close. But if you're using Clang, you're going to run into some differences. Right, and then you also need to remember, like, oh, okay, like which actually no, but this is also true for Rust, right? Like which headers are you using, I guess? Like, are you using the standard library? Are you using muscle? I'm not sure if that's in the same vein or not. Do nothing. Platform specific branches. Yeah, like that's the problem with C++. It's just too many things to worry about. Like it's things that I do not care about. It's full of things I do not care about. Which is why I also like Rust, right? It's low level, but a build system. MinGW. Oh, so you're using MinGW on Windows. I'm assuming that's a bit tough. I guess because it means that you're not you're going for cross-platform, I guess. right? If you're doing for like Windows-centric development, you would use MSVC, Microsoft Visual Studio Compiler. So you're doing cross-platform, you want to use MinGW. Go is nice. I like Go. Go used to be a lot worse before they got their dependency management in order. But now with Go mod, it's nice. It is garbage collected, but most things that you're working with, as long as you're not working in 3D, you don't need the performance. Go is fast enough because it's compiled anyways. And it's easy to cross-compile as well, which is the best part. Rust has cargo, really nice. Don't have to worry about any of that stuff. You know, there's only the one compiler for each of them, right? Or C++ is like, I don't know, like, which compiler do you want to use? Are you going to get locked into your current setup as well, which is, in my opinion, kind of scary. All right, so var parts Rust, Go, Python combine could do anything. Yeah, possibly. I think JavaScript. I think JavaScript is almost the obligatory. If you want to do anything, you do need to interface with JavaScript, unfortunately. Get text scene path. But yeah, I think Rust, if you do like Rust, Go, Python, and JavaScript, you should be good to go. And if you know C, then I guess you're also in a good position. C++ can get really complicated, right? Like I was looking at something on, it was like on Reddit, I think, where it was like there's two types of people that do, Dart is a thing for a web, right? You're talking about Flutter instead, Flutter? Like Flutter has a beta branch for web support, right? Whereas Dart mobile only. I thought Dart was supposed to just be like Google's new language. But yeah, like there's like two types of C++ programmers. So when you have a C++ programmer that tells you that they know that they're confident in C++, they're either a complete beginner or they've seen some stuff. They've seen some stuff. And then parts position is equal to ship parts. Ship parts dot position. A replacement for JS. I don't know. Like I think JavaScript has its uses for sure. Like one, it's really easy to write. It's really quick. I think Darts looks like Java. It looks like Java, but like a bit nicer, I suppose. I'm just excited to do some stuff with C++. Yeah, you'll be a lot less excited soon, but I wish you good luck. Wish you the best of luck. You know, Google wanted that, but I think it failed somehow. What, like Java? Like a Google Java? I can see that. Like, I think Flutter is really cool. I just don't really care about doing mobile development. Dart on web? Perhaps. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do, by the way. So we'll make this really simple. So VBox. And then we'll have another VBox. So this will be a scroll container. And then also just a label at the very top. This will have a second VBox inside of it. Go away via Chrome. C++ is simple for simple things. Yeah, it's once you start getting into like you're switching out the allocators or whatever, or you're 100% if you're working with templates. Templates, horrible. I just don't understand. Like, it's like a generic, but it's like more complicated than, and then you can have like constant like compile time evaluated things. It's just like, what are we doing? Like, this is I need something a bit more streamlined. My brain is too smooth to do modern C++. Yeah. Started to enjoy ASP. Oh, you're doing C#, .NET. I've never worked with ASP, so I have no comment. I hear though from .NET developers that it's, you know, .NET ecosystem pretty good. Could do a lot worse. you could do a lot worse than .NET. So a nice position to be in for sure. If I don't get some good money with games, or I could try to apply for a job. So most likely won't happen. Well, why are you doing C++ then? I think JavaScript is easier and there's more jobs. There's a lot of jobs that pay about the same as C++, right? Like, I say, like, you know, take me for example, right? I get paid to write Python at the same level as a Rust developer, and then roughly the same level. And so Rust developers get paid about the same as C++, except they're, I guess, a lot rarer. Like, I don't know, like, you don't need to torture yourself. You can just write, just learn something easy. I don't understand. Why do something hard when you can do something easy? Hbox, then you'll have probably like a texture rect, and then plus. I'll show you tutorials on Microsoft website. Sometimes you'll enjoy it. Okay. I don't do mobile development. I don't know. Like, I just have no interest in it. Like, I realize that when I'm doing games, I need to try to support mobile more, for sure. But when I'm doing, you know, just my own stuff, I don't care. Mobile, stinky. Even though that is where the money is, right? As mentioned about 1 million times. Dude, Rust developers are the most paid. It's incomparable. It's very hard to be like that. Well, the more I know. Because I'm on the same pay grade. I'm on the same pay grade, but I only do Python and a little bit of Rust. You know, get wrecked. BTFO'd. Low-level developers. You know, I suppose I am at like a higher level. So it's more, it's less technical focused, more, I guess, application flow focused. It just depends on what your priorities are in life, right? Like, do you want to work on something that people will respect you for? If so, you should do something low level. Oh, geez. Oh, okay. Ooh. How do I make this smaller? How do I make this smaller? It's too big. It's too big. .NET is cross-platform like Flutter. If you do Rust development, then maybe tried contributing to Valorant. Yeah, I looked at Valorant. I was like, wow, this is crazy. This is crazy. Like, I played the game that Valorant was inspired by. What was it? What was the game Valorant was inspired by? Back before, like, the developers just kind of dropped off the face of the planet. Also, how do I make this smaller? Size flags, I can just make this smaller, no? Dwarf Fortress? No, that's not right. It's not Dwarf Fortress. There's another game that became before Valorant. Valorant... inspiration. Hold on. Cube World! It's Cube World! Cube World! Cube World. Valoran is Cube World, but written in Rust and open source. So Cube World was really big when they came out. My B-Day is gonna be next week. Happy birthday, preliminary birthday. Anyways, yeah, Valoran looks a lot like this, except this is Cube World. Yeah, you're not Rusted, but you paid similar to You Live Your Life. Yeah, well, technically I do Rust. I do the test harnesses for them. And also just kind of like the general supports between the API layers. You gotta enjoy your night. All right. Goodbye, Needle Mouse. Thanks for popping in. Yeah. Yeah, Cube World made a pretty big splash, like in the mid. It's not even like mid 2010s. It was just like 2010, I think. It was like really old. This game is really old. Or no, maybe not. I remember playing this in high school, but maybe I'm dumb. Yeah, no, I've looked at Valoran. It looks very complicated. How do I make a texture X smaller? So we want it to scale on expand, and then we can just ooh. That looks horrible. Looks really bad. The OpenGL, Vulkan, CUDA development of C++ jobs. Generally, there are bindings to pretty much any language, right? So if you're doing like Rust, there are Rust bindings for OpenGL, Rust bindings for Vulkan. I don't think there's any Rust bindings to... I think there are Rust bindings for CUDA, but they're not great. Rust CUDA. Yeah, like I think Valoran uses WGPU, WebGPU, and they may or may not be using the Vulkan backend. Don't know. But since Rust has a C API, you can do anything you want, right? Yeah, scale. Scale. Keep aspect. Ooh, keep aspect covered. Keep aspect centered. Keep aspect. Ooh, that's very tiny. It's very small. Vulkan is used in Valoran. Well, yeah, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, I guess if you're talking about like developing the Vulkan API, I suppose it is like a C API kind of thing. Maybe this one should not expand. Ooh, no, it needs to expand. Ooh. Why does this not work? Ooh. Keep aspect centered. Covered. Keep centered. No. Keep. No. Tile. Absolutely not. Scale. No. I guess it's just keep aspect, huh? And then it'll just be kind of ugly. Maybe I am using the theme editor. I am using the theme editor. Yeah. Look at that. So all the fonts are being done via that. The theme editor won't do anything here for me, because this is the actual, I guess, theming. Or this is the actual placement. The theme editor just, you know, it lets you... I don't even know what the theme editor would do for me here. It changes how all the panels work, but that's already sorted. Back early in university days, had to learn C++ just for OpenGL. It's been a while ago then. The OpenGL bindings have been around for, I guess, Java ever since, like libgdx uses OpenGL bindings. Like if you wanted to develop the bindings, then yeah, I think you would need to use C++. But I think if you just wanted to use them, there were already bindings like around for a bunch of other languages. I'm trying to think about, I guess we need like a minimum size, a minimum Y size. So we can do like 100. Yeah, there we go. A minimum Y size of 100. Then this needs to be changed. So fill, expand, centered. And then this one needs to have I guess that's okay. This is looking okay, I guess. Keep aspect centered. Yeah. That looks okay. Right? Yeah. No, this is way too big now, but whatever. Oh, you know what? We should do Cockpit. Scale. X is equal to 0.25, and then we'll do the same for the Y value, because we'll just... Actually, we don't even need to do this, right? We can just divide by 0.4, where times equals 0.25. Oh, you make your own scene for that part, or you will? Yeah, I will. I'm just trying to get it to look correctly, right? Or look correct. So once this looks okay, then I will say branch as scene, and then these will just be, you know, just a bunch of things. At least I think that's what I'm going to do. At least that's what I think I'm going to do. Or I might just kind of hard code it, because it doesn't really matter, right? Yeah, so it looks okay. Then we'll have some buttons. So you have like, I don't know, like a buy button. Maybe it's just like chassis and then buy. And then you just are able to see what it looks like. Nice, okay. So make it really simple. Make it really simple. So this will just be a button instead. And then once you click on, yeah, okay. So once you click on something, that's when you start getting the fancy stuff. That's when you start getting the... this will switch to be, you know, this is the specific part that you're clicking on. Here's the code that you can use to edit the specific part, as long as it's not the cockpit. Yeah. I think that makes sense. I think it might also make sense to slap this inside of another panel container as well. So, so at least it looks distinct as an option. Yeah. So label, boom, align center. That looks okay, right? And then we can do like buy. Buy, I guess. Maybe. We can do tabs where shop is located, possibly. I think this is just easier. It's just to swap out really quickly. And then if you want to sell, you just need to click on the thing. So this is the idea, is that we will go into here, right? So you can click buy. It'll just kind of pop into here, and then you can click on them and drag them around, right? Because you're already going to be able to click and drag them around, right? So when you click on something that's editable, or even if it's not editable, right? You click on the cockpit, then this will show up. Then you'll have some options. You know, it'll have the part name. It'll have, you know, close, so you can close it. You open install parts, you can code parts in there with selecting the part. Isn't that the same thing though as like being able to click on the part here and then having this switch? That sounds like the same thing. But yeah. It sounds like the same thing, but it requires me to do like a tab. We're trying to make this as streamlined as possible because I need to hurry up and get to the main part, the main important part. Right, parts.scale times equals 0.25. Is that the music from your death ball? It's not. This is actually something. Actually, this might be death ball music. I'm not sure. No, I don't think this is death ball music. No, I think this is just something I came up with randomly. No, I mean coding text input window could be the right side. Yeah, that's what I'm saying is that going back to this, right? So you'll click on a part, then this thing will switch to be just like a parts view. And so you can scroll up and down. You'll get like the basic part information at the top, and then you'll have the code lower, something like that. If it doesn't work, then, you know, we'll figure it out. Or maybe I can just have it like be a pop-up, right? So it's like edit code. Oh, I don't want it to be hidden. I want the code to be visible. I want to push the player into being like, oh, here's the code. I can just do it like that. If you hide it behind a menu, there's like, oh, must be like an advanced option. But if you just show it to them, you're like, oh, it's there. Let's poke it, right? At least that's my view on game design. Is like if you hide something in an option, people are much less likely to actually, you know, choose the option. I do need to change how the buttons are viewed. Okay, so where is it? Base style box. Base style box. This needs to be a bit darker, I think. No. Undo me. Undo me. Okay. You could do like toggle the code per part. I know. Yeah. Still trying to figure it out. Still trying to figure it out. There's a lot of things I could do, right? So we'll see how it feels. We'll see how it feels. So make this unique, by the way. This needs to be darker. This needs to be way darker. Maybe way brighter. Something like that, right? And then we will give this a save. Save as assets, themes, button. So this is just normal style box. Don't know why I'm naming them like this, but it works. Quick load, normal style box. Yeah, well, we'll see how it feels, right? We'll see how it feels. I think it's pretty easy to toggle between two things in the shop anyways. It's pretty easy to toggle between things in the shop. So we'll see. Still looks very dark, by the way. Main theme. Normal. It should be a lot brighter, right? Still look very dark. So that's the hover. Is it not using it? Is it not using the theme? So quick load. Load the theme in. So yeah, this is how it should look. Did it just not refresh itself like this? Yeah, this is how it should look. What? And then they don't have the... What? The alpha? Yeah, well, the alpha doesn't make a difference, right? Like this is what you see is what you get kind of editor, right? So this should just be working. But the fact that it's not, it's kind of concerning. All right, let's take it off for now. All right, so that's how it would look without the theme. Very ugly. Load the theme back in. did I not save the theme? And it's still using the old one? You know what? I think that might be it. That might be it. Did I not click save? Save me, save me, save me, save me. And then... Okay, it's because I didn't click save. That's dumb, but I get it. So there's your buy button. You click buy, and then it'll just kind of plop it into here. And then these ship parts, we can have something on there. I don't know. And you know what? I'm pretty tempted. I'm pretty tempted to just hard code all of these things. Will install instantly? Yeah. I think the problem that I was running into is I didn't click save. Forgot to click save, so that was my problem. My B. So what do you want to do from here? Alright, yeah. So I think unlike how I would usually do this, I think I'm just gonna hard code these. Don't be mad. So let's save it as a scene. So this is a shop item, I guess. So shop item, save merge branch, or save branch as scene, shop item, and then this is inside of workshop, shop item, right? And then I suppose okay. I know I shouldn't, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna make this decent. Alright, so full rect. That's how it's gonna look. It won't change anything on this side. However, shop item default. Right, so that's how these things should look. And then we can add a script to this. I know I shouldn't be doing this. But we can do this all in the ready function. And then there's certain things like cost. So the player will have like money, etc. that they'll need to keep track of. So cost will be an integer. Defaults to just 1. And you know what? I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back. BRB. Hello, I'm back. So, shop item. I think I'll need a few things. One, we'll need the shop item name. And then we'll need the cost, which is just kind of intrinsic. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. We just need to store the cost on it, and then once the... Wait, hold on. Yeah, ready. Deleted it, and then immediately brought it back. So there's the button. We can do it with a with an onReady var button. One of these, and we'll grab the button, connect, and then pressed self on pressed. I think something I'm very excited for in Godot 4 is GD script 2.0, so you can just have lambda functions for things like this. So signal item, yeah, item bot, and then it'll have the item name and the cost, right? So item name cost. So on press, then we'll just emit signal item name, or no, hold on, emit signal item bot, and then have the item. Oop, hold on. Hold on. What am I doing? So you'll have the label. Oh, that's tough. Okay. How does this look? How does this look in a real thing? So it's default. I think we'll just, yeah, I think we'll do this. So we'll do button dot text is equal to whatever the current button text is, plus the integer. So we'll hit it with button text and then cost. So that should work. And then we'll also have the var item name, I suppose, and that'll be a string. And then we'll just set it equal to default for now. Right, so this is all the button stuff, and then we'll need to do label changing as well. Label is equal to, where am I? Where am I? Label. So label is equal, label text is equal to item name. So just need to be careful that I need to change these properly. So emit signal item name, and then also just the cost. Nice. Cool. So then in Workshop, what we can do is just maintain a list of all the possible things. So as standard, as usual, we do need to hard code things somewhere, and then I guess I'm just deciding to hard code it here. So here, get rid of this shop item. We'll grab this node path. So this is the shop. Where is item types? Item types. Oh, that's true. Okay. We'll get there. Already var shop items. We'll get there. There's a lot of things to keep track of. Ooh, okay. You're making it complicated? I am making it complicated. It would be easier if I just hard coded every single thing into the list, but in theory, this is this makes more sense. I'm thinking. I'm thinking. I always go with classes. Oh yeah, so this is the class, and it contains information about random things. And then what I can do here from the model, is just extend ship part. And then just is basically just, yeah, these would just be, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it, right? This is the ship part. This is the part type position. There is no position assigned to it. And then there's the assembly code assigned to it. Okay, that's the hard part. Text scene path, that's not too hard. Because that's just dependent on the part type. But how do I do this? This is just regular chassis. Before we get to that, before I start thinking about how I want to implement that, we can just do... This is the ship view stuff. Ship view stuff, we don't care. That's enough. Then this is the shop stuff. This passed the item class. Well, for testing for now, just to see if we can do something like that, we will do var chassis shop item is equal to ship. Ooh, okay, ship part. Hold on. Ooh, hold on. Ship part. Ship part new. Wouldn't this one? Yeah, this should be. Yeah, each shop item needs to be associated with a ship part as well. So there's a cost, there's a name. I suppose I can just attach it to each thing and then use that name instead. So we'll have like a var cost and then the var ship part, which is a ship part. Ship part, ship parts, right? And then there is a ship part name, ship part type, ship part. I suppose they should also have a name as well. It's tough. Okay. I guess we can separate them out. And the approach is you just use child nodes as a definition? No. I think I strongly dislike using nodes as just like identifiers. It gets a little too messy having to juggle everything. Yeah, it's just nodes, right? Yeah. It still gets too messy. I think I'd rather handle a lot of this type of, if it's not visual, I'd rather just do it via code. But if it has to do with like I'm positioning things on the screen, then I much rather prefer using the scene tree. Right, so that's why I like using UIs in Godot. The UI part is nice, but if I'm just trying to pass data around, I think I'd rather just figure out a way to do it via code. Yeah. So here's the part type. I guess we don't need to. Yeah, I just need to attach the ship part to it for now. So we have the chassis shop item, and then we have the shop label shop item as well. Wait, no. So this is just the chassis. Just your standard chassis. I think I'll write something somewhere else to define all of these. So var chassis shop item is equal to load in one of these. Should probably like preload this, but you know what, let's preload it. Const shop item. So this is a packed scene. Yeah, there we go. So then we can do shop item. The reason why I'm not preloading the battle screen is because it might result in a circular reference. Probably not, but you never know. And it's something that we only call once, so the slowdown is negligible. So the chassis shop item, so then we'll have chassis shop item, let's see, ship part is equal to chassis And then this, we need to modify this further. Chassis dots part type is equal to ship part. Or do I just have access to part type? Part type, I don't. Chassis or ship part type dot chassis. That's fine. That's kind of gross, but that's fine for now. We'll think about it. You just use the GUI layer as just an object layer, perhaps. Well, I'm using it as both, right? It is doing a lot of things. Seems fine to me. I think part type is fine, and then there's no assembly, and then the position is just initialized as nothing. Yeah. I suppose we should init. Same item per se, that's where Godot is strong. I could. I'll need to rethink about how I do that. Right? Initially, I was trying to use the same nodes all around, but I think it was just getting too confusing having to, you know, check to see whether or not we're in the workshop or whether or not we should actually be executing, you know, battle code. I think it's just easier to split them up. All right, so p part type, some sort of int, and then position, p position, vector 2, and then p asm, some sort of string. So we always need a part type. Or I suppose no, we don't. We can just set it to be defaulted to part type chassis. Everything is just a chassis at all times. Or this one is a vector 2 0, and then ps asm empty string, right? So part type is equal to part type p, or just regular position is equal to p position, and then p, or ASM is equal to PSAM. ASM. So these are all optional, but I guess some options will just give you garbage, which is fine. Chassis shop item ship part chassis. Okay. Then we'll do shop items, add child. By the way, I found my error a while ago. What was the error? Was it something that was an easy fix? Was it just a typo? The best kind of error? Been known to make that mistake before. Just wrong reference all around. Yeah. All right, cool. It doesn't have a name. So let's see, we can do chassis, shop item, item name, it's just chassis, right? And then once you click whatever, we should hook up to item bot. So chassis, shop item, connect, item bot, self, on, item bot. And the moment you figure out you're at 1% focus, yeah, tell me about it. That's pretty much my streams, or just me in general. It's hard. Not fit to code like that? No, that's like probably the best time to code, is when you're barely paying attention, so you don't overthink your code. I mean, that's pretty much what I do during my streams, right? Like, I'm not, like, sometimes when I take a pause, I'm not actually like pausing. I'm actually taking a sip of my drink. It's not water, by the way. It might look like water, but it's not. I'm apparently like a 60-year-old man because I just drink gin. Sometimes I mix it. Sometimes I take it on the rocks. Usually I just drink it neat. Yeah, definitely not an alcoholic, by the way. I might be, but... Alright, so there's the error. Very good. So now let's implement this. So func on item bots. So then we need to get the item name and the item cost. Oh, the item name, the cost, and then the ship part. And then we'll pass this along as well. Some features in polished pixel art is trash. What? What? I thought it's not bad. It's not bad. Could be a lot worse, you know? You don't come to these streams for the art. You come to these streams for like the weird ideas I have when programming. Let me show a game, just look at it. Is it gonna be a picture of Facebook? Is it Undertale? Undermine? Oh, Undermine, yeah. I've heard of Undermine, yeah. I've watched a streamer play it before. It looks pretty good, yeah. I like Moonlighter's art style a bit more though. That's nice pixel art. It's alright. It's not the best pixel art I've ever seen. It's alright. It's pretty good. Don't really like that. Not really a big fan of these, I don't know. Something about this kind of throws me off. It's not my favorite. It's not bad though. Much better than anything I can do, but it's not something I would want for my game. Moonlighters though? Yeah, Moonlighter. That's some good art. Moonlighter. And that's my jam. I like that. Not as many hard outlines. Kind of almost a more painted look. I think I also like the, was it Sword and Sorcery? Sword and Sorcery. Sorcery. What was it? It was like a mobile game. Sword and Sorcery EP. What was it called? Super Brother Sword and Sorcery EP. I like this one as well. Like, it's a very basic art style, but I think it's very atmospheric. Ever moderated 2 chats while watching 2 other streams and then still coding, multitasking? Nah. I suppose I could. I mean, that's pretty much what I do for work, right? Is I sit on calls and I'm like, I don't know why I'm on this call, but gotta keep an ear out for whenever people mention something that's related to me. But then, you know, I just have other stuff I need to do as well. But I don't really do chat moderation, no. I suppose I'd be okay at it, maybe. I think it's possible to poke me a bit too much and then I'll just get super annoyed. Then I would probably be a pretty bad mod. Cause then it's like, all right, sorry. My patience is up. You only get 1 strike, maybe half a strike if you say sorry. This one is crazy too. That's so crazy, dude. What is this one? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. It's a very... Oh no, I don't know how to describe it, but it feels like a little too shaded. I guess that's how you can tell what my preferences are. Like I don't like the heavy shading. I don't like pixel art that has heavy shading on it. For something that is a bit more stylized. Like, it's good. But it's like there's like a bit too much shading on all the things, so it makes it look a bit too 3D, but you can still see the pixel art. Yeah. Like flats, yeah, flat is justice, etc., etc. Wait, what? Ship part. All right, so you want to check against your player data. So we can go to model, create a new player data script. Here we go. It's not a node, just a reference. Or like solids, I suppose. Yeah. Well, I think there's a lot of. I mean that's pixel art strength, right? Is minimalism more, or more for minimalism. Let me see. I used to have some examples I used to reference. I'm looking up off stream. Like, look at this. Look at this. Now that's good pixel art. Look at that. That's sick. So it's watercolor style pixel art. I like that. Because it's stylized, right? It doesn't try to look real. Like they're intentionally going for something that, you know, your mind kind of fills in the in-betweens. Yeah, it is watercolor. It's intentionally watercolor styled. Non-indexed pixel art. I mean these are, what do you mean indexed? Right? These are the same colors. It's just that the blending is done so well. It doesn't look like they're gradients. It doesn't look like it's a gradient, but they are. Or it looks like a gradient, but it's not. Too much color value? What do you mean? Or something like this. I guess it looks really bad because it's blown up a bit too big. So I guess if you zoom out a bit, it looks a bit better. Oh yeah, I mean that's the kind of pixel art that I prefer. Right? There's no correct answer, I suppose. I mean this one is an actual piece by the same watercolor guy, right? So there's not too much detail. It leaves a bit of room for you to, you know, fill in the blanks. Let me see if I can find something else. You know how old games use index like because they have limited colors or texture bits? Well, I think all the stuff that you were showing me, you had like a very wide color palette as well. At least these are fairly limited. This one's fairly limited, at least. And this one too, right? If you take each tree by themselves, like this one has 1, 2, 3. I'm trying to 4, 5, 6, 7. This one has 7. Right? Like it's not a gradient, they're all the same color. Maybe it's only visible to me because I'm really close to it. Let me see. This one's pretty good as well. I like this one. We're just showing each other pixel art. Like this one's pretty sick, right? Very flat, but still has kind of a very readable style. Oh, and then this is just the first image on my Twitter bookmarks. 10 out of 10. That's a big oof from me, dog. Anyways, that's not pixel art, but it's pretty good. Anyways, back to being productive. So on item bots, so we'll need to have a cost check. But right now, I think we'll just add it. So to do, oh, hello, Sekras. Your love life, anything like that meme? Yeah, a little bit. No, actually, not really, right? We bring it back. This is the meme, look at that. In VR, anything is possible. But I feel like my love life is more just stay inside. I'm okay. I don't know. It's like talking to girls, that's cool, but like I also just like to not talk to people for long lengths of time. So like the last ex I had, I think like we were like scheduled to like go out somewhere. It wasn't really a date, it was just like going hiking. But the day before, just impromptu party, super hungover, just did not talk to her for like a week. Because I was like, you know what? I don't really feel like talking to you right now. I'm sorry. And that's why she's my ex. Yeah. Because it's like, yeah, I'll respond to you, but I won't make an effort to, you know, reach out. I'll talk for you. That's how you get an ex. Yeah, well, it's more like I didn't initiate conversation. I still respond, but it's like, don't talk to me. I don't want to talk to anybody right now. I'm sorry. Like, is it a bit selfish? Yes, it's very selfish, but like, I guess perhaps it's inevitable. Yeah, that's kind of it. It's like, maybe what I'm looking for is not a relationship, but possibly a cat. Even then, like, I've had a cat for a little bit, and I was like, man, just leave me alone. You require too much attention. I might find I talk to her all the time. Well, see, that's the thing. Is like, I get really tired when I talk to people. At least when I talk to people in real life. At least when I'm talking to Twitch chat, I just assume that everyone's ignoring me. Or I assume that like there's no one there. So I talk as if I'm just talking to myself, more or less. And then sometimes just happen to take input from chat. I think this is okay. I think we can do this. So get text scene path. So we just load in like that. Instance, something like that. I hate people. She does too. Well, there we go. You just gotta find the unicorn forehead. Easy. Yeah. By the way, I'm working on a game jam game. If you've ever played Upgrade Complete, it's something like that, except it's focused more on mashing parts together, and then you can either play the game the boring way, which is you have to buy the very expensive parts, or you can make your own parts by using a custom programming language. So I've written this before in C#, so I'm just going to translate it to GD script. So that's the idea. So because each ship part is actually defined via code anyways, and it is not like GD script, it's just assembly, more or less. And then each part will, you know, depending on the part type. So if you have several parts, here's what I have so far: chassis, guns, rockets, and boosters. And then there's the cockpit, but that's not editable, right? Based on that, then we'll give it certain stats, etc., certain values. And so it's basically assembly. It's not too hard though. I don't get it. What is the game about? Well, have you played Upgrade Complete? That's a pretty old Flash game from like I think 2009. But that game, it's I don't know. I mean, just look it up, right? Upgrade Complete. Look at the Newgrounds wiki, one of these. And so there's your ship. There's your ship core. In that game, you had to buy pretty much everything as an upgrade. So it was kind of riffing on DLC at the time. But so you can kind of customize things. You just drag things in, and then they fire things. It's a shoot 'em up, basically. It's a shmup. But see, the difference is that whereas you had to buy pretty much everything in this game, the one that I'm building is you buy ship parts. The nice ones are expensive. The cheap ones are cheap and kind of bad, but you can edit the underlying logic using a language that looks like this. So it's structured like assembly, but a lot less strict. And so things won't work as expected if you mess up, but that's kind of the point. So that's where the theme comes in. It's bug, because you know, if you play it smart, you can get like end game stuff really early if you just program it right. Or you can just grind, which will also work. Right. But right now I've pivoted, by the way. I've hard pivoted over to this. I was working on a different idea for like the better part of the month, but I could just kind of realize like this is not gonna work. This idea is bad. So I need to switch, but I should really just drop out of the jam at this point, but I did say that I was gonna submit something, so came up with the idea, felt right, and now here we are. Alright, so base ship part. So we can check to see we can check for object picking, right? So inside of here, area 2D, is there gonna be a song in I did join that game jam twice before, so they relax. Yeah, well, I've thrown away like 3 weeks worth of work because it wasn't very good. And so we're pivoting to something a lot easier, because originally it was still this idea, but it was going to be like a JRPG mixed with hacking. So you would like be able to modify your skills, modify your enemy skills, etc. But I just couldn't come up with a good battle system, and I didn't want to have to lean into, you know, storytelling elements. So you want me a song in this game? Yes. I'll make a short loop. I'm never relaxed. Yeah. Let's see. What does object picking do, by the way? Object picking, mouse. Oh, it's mouse entered, mouse exited. Okay. Originally, oh no, I'm not gonna do any lyrics. I'm probably just gonna make a song, right? Just like I've done for all my other game jams. And also what's currently playing in the background right now. It's just random songs I've made. No lyrics though. I don't really do songs with lyrics. I think if we're talking about songs with lyrics, I like how the Nier series does lyrics, which is gibberish. I don't know. I feel like lyrics are kind of it's a crutch to make you feel something. You know, if the song was actually good, it could make you feel something without needing lyrics. But then again, also, like, I understand that the human voice is one of the best instruments you can possibly have, right? One, it's very relatable. Everyone has a voice. Most people are not tone deaf as well. Even though people like to say that they're tone deaf, you can still differentiate between high tone and low tone. And if you can't, then you might have a mental disorder. I'm sorry, but there's no two ways around it, considering that most Asian languages are tonal. So those have done pretty well for themselves over the past few thousand years, or 2,000 years. Songs with lyrics are easier to meme and promote. Yeah, that's true, but I don't respect that. Or at least whatever I would make, I would not respect myself if I like got super popular off of a song with lyrics. Okay, so let's think. I guess I wouldn't want to do this at this level, huh? I guess I wouldn't want to do it at this level. Should actually do it in the workshop view. So let's do a private function. Let's see, func connect ship part. So then we'll take a part, some sort of area 2D, That's pretty much it. Yeah. Yeah, I think like if I was like performing something live and something super impromptu, I think I would prefer to on ship part entered on ship. I think I would prefer to do something with lyrics, if only because people tend to tunnel on the lyrics, right? Whereas if you're not, you know, if you're playing just like an instrumental, right? It's there's only one thing to focus on. So lyrics help hide deficiencies in your own playing, which I get, you know. But I think I'm more confident in my ability to perform. I guess I'm more confident in my ability to, perform things well if I practice, right? Speaking as a violinist. Like, can I sing? Yeah, I'm all right. You know, if you like Nirvana, or what's it called? Like hipster bands. I forget the names of all the bands I've been told my voice kind of falls into. So Nirvana is one of them. Green Day. And then there's some other ones, whatever the hipster ones were during the mid 2010s. Rammstein. Oh yeah, 100% Rammstein. Raspy. It's not really raspy, right? Like it's not really like a. I think if my voice was raspier, it would probably be a bit more attractive. Then it would be more like who did hurt Johnny Cash? Yeah, it'd be more of a Johnny Cash, but that's not really my voice. Connect mouse entered. Ship part entered. No, I think I'm more of a. Well, I think I wish I had Johnny Cash's voice, but I think I need to smoke a few more cigarettes before that happens. But I've quit smoking cigarettes for a while now. Unfortunately, very sorry to say. Ship parts. Huh. I guess we can just pass along the actual part. Tow weights? What's tow weights? Is that a Ligma? Did I just get Ligma'd? Me too, quite a long time ago, but still miss it. You miss singing? Well, here's the secret, is that you can sing whenever you want. Assuming that you can still talk. Or unless you're talking about smoking, in which case, going to be honest, I have smoked a cigarette somewhat recently. I went camping with my friends like a month ago, and they're like, I was like, you know what? Like, we're super drunk because it was a guy's night out, or guy's weekend, I guess, just camping and drinking heavily next to a fire. And I was like, you know what? This fire is already like killing my lungs, so like, might as well like smoke a flavored Korean cigarette. Let me tell you. Flavored Korean cigarettes, pretty good. Like Korea, they got some good cigarettes, man. Like you pop them, and ooh, this is like a blueberry flavor. It's a singer that requires like 10 whiskeys and cigs to sing like. Yeah, 10 whiskeys and cigs. That's a lot of whiskey. Must never touch one again. Yeah. Sometimes it gets really hard, for sure. I think I used to use an e-cigarette, but kind of over that now. All right, so I think we'll just use the input events, the input callback only for moving ship parts around. So if Ooh. Okay, hold on. Var ship part to move. I don't know why I always use this. I always use this naming nomenclature. Yeah, I walked off 12 ounces of whiskey just before catching your stream. Nice. I think I've drank maybe 3 shots. Maybe 3 shots worth, maybe 3 drinks worth, I should say, of gin so far. That's pretty much every stream though, is just like very slowly drinking myself into oblivion. If ship part to move is not null. I have to be careful sometimes. Yeah, I've stopped doing just if ship part to move and that's it. Just using the truthy or falsy value. Because sometimes if you're comparing like, you know, if does the array exist, is a bit different. Because if the array exists but it's empty, it'll still return false. Your brain still works fine though? I don't know. I feel like I'd probably be working a bit faster if I wasn't like slightly intoxicated. It has been, yeah, you know what? I've been streaming for almost 4 hours, so 3 drinks over 4 hours, not too bad. So if ship part to move, if events, ooh, wait, mouse motion. It's some sort of mouse motion thing. So I've done this before with this program. By the way, I wrote this, by the way. You can find this on my GitHub as OpenCFHGD. I've been quitting all my habits during the pandemic. The only one left is coffee, but I'm clutching that with all I got. Nice. I think my doctor, like 2 years ago, told me I needed to stop like smoking and then also quit coffee because I have the blood pressure of a 50-year-old man. So it's pretty bad. Very high blood pressure. All right, so if events is input event mouse motion. Yes. Yeah, mine's very low. Mine is very high. Hypertension? It could be hypertension. I think I was supposed to go back, but then I just never went back. Can't do without caffeine. Yeah, it's hard not having caffeine. I could quit caffeine for a while, but then I don't know. It's like I need something. I need to replace it with something. You know, at the very least, like when I drink coffee, I don't drink coffee with like milk or sugar. I just drink it black. You know, the bitterness makes me feel alive. Ship part to move. Is it translate? We want to translate by the event relative, maybe? That might work, yeah. That could work, I suppose. Highest my one was 86. The low 110 and 59. What? I think I still have notes. Let me compare notes. Let me see. I don't know. I just have in the morning. Yeah, I average around 120, whatever the 120 is. Average about 120 most days. I used to be a bit higher. I used to be like averaging 130, but that was when I smoked more cigarettes. 130, 140, but I think I hover around 120, whatever 120 means. It's been a while since I've had to deal with that. All right. Can't move. Can't move. It's a high one. Yeah, I thought 120 is not quite it's a bit high for someone as in their 20s, right? That's what I'm saying is like if you're slightly older, then yeah, it's about normal, but for someone who is like relatively active in their 20s, it's fairly high, isn't it? Was like normal blood pressure. Oh, maybe not. Normal blood pressure is defined as systolic pressure of less than 120. Yeah. At least that's what the American National Institute of Health says. Metabolism, what you eat regularly? Well, let me tell you. Yeah. So I used to be about 130. I think I hover around 120. So I don't know. Alright. And also, this is why this isn't working. So I need to do ship part to move. Boom is equal to null. I suppose ship part exited. We don't need to do anything. We just need to do ship part to move is equal to null. Actually, this should be part. Right? Something like this. Yeah, my metabolism though, or I guess what I eat normally, like varies pretty wildly from week to week. Cause like for like a month, I was just eating like rice and beans. Not rice and beans, it was rice, lentils, and like green beans. Was feeling pretty good, or I guess pretty okay at the very least. But then this past month, I've just been eating like garbage. Like I think on Monday I ate like an entire apple pie. And it wasn't like the personal apple pie, it was like maybe a bit bigger than a dinner plate. So I was like, you know what? I got an apple pie. Let's just eat an apple pie for lunch. So I ate half of it, and then, you know, apple pie, not the greatest source of sustenance, for sure. And then afterwards, you know, dinner time came around. I was like, you know what? Might be fun. Might be fun to eat more. All right, this is why it's not working. I forgot to connect. Okay, connect Cockpit. And then we want to connect all of these as well. And then once you click on this, we want to connect all the new stuff. Yeah, okay, I'm just dumb. Forgot to hook up everything. Nope. Is it moving? It looks like it's slightly changing, maybe? No, absolutely not. Any errors? No. Connect returns a value. Yeah. Fast food and pizza mess up with the body. Balance diet is required. Yeah, well. I think probably drinking as much as a fish. Drinking like a fish is probably not great for my metabolism either. You know, I still run 3 times a week, run 5 kilometers. A bit more than 5 kilometers actually, but putting up an okay time, a 27-minute 5K is not good. It's not bad. It's not good though. I think I used to be able to consistently do 24-minute 5Ks back in my younger years. Huh. Connect ship part. So what's going on here? Is it because my input is being eaten? You know what? It's probably because of my inputs are being eaten. Okay, so let's go here. Viewport container, you will ignore. You will also ignore. Pretty much everyone just needs to be set to ignore. No one needs to know. And then all of these, yeah, you know what? Everything that isn't a button needs to ignore input. There we go. There we go. Oh. Please, let go of my mouse. Okay. Okay. Oh no. Let go of my mouse. Yeah, I need to click first as well. Alright. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Alright, you know what? I'll be right back. I'm gonna refill my drink, by the way. BRB. Alright, I'm back with some bourbon. Not quite the way you're supposed to do it, I guess. Actually, gin, pretty inoffensive, especially the way I drink it, which is just neat. Bourbon, a little smoky taste, a little burning. Everyone loves a little burning. Okay. Let's see, on ship parts entered. Ship to move parts. Ship to move parts, and then we also need to check to see if the mouse is currently clicked as well. Faster than me, my average is 4.5 to 5.1 miles per hour. 6 miles per hour. I got 8 miles per hour at peak fitness and went 40 pounds lighter. You know, it's kind of weird. I used to be a lot faster. Well, it's because I lost a lot of weight because I stopped, you know, doing weight training. And actually now I've also stopped doing weight training because it's just too hard to keep up. Because I don't care enough to, like, I don't do weight training to build muscle. I do weight training to just keep in shape so I can eat whatever I want. Bar should move part. So this is a bool. Yeah. It's alright. It's just to get faster at running or just doing anything, right? You just need to take small steps. Small steps. And especially if you're running like a pretty consistent route, it's not too hard to, you know, figure out where you can get some small speed ups. So I think like the most obvious ones are, you know, figure out where the hardest parts of your route are. And then try to save up energy right before that. Like I have a struggle pace as well, so I'll drop to about like 6 miles an hour. 6 miles an hour is usually, I try to keep that as my lowest pace. But sometimes recently I've had to walk. I'm just, I'm too old. Even though I'm only in my 20s. But on the downhills, you know, you can speed up a little bit or use that as a brake. Just gotta plan it out. So what am I doing here? So we can do if events is who. How do I check for mouse click? That's a bit tough. That's a bit tough. How do you, Let's see, Godot check for touch. Godot detect touch. How to detect touches that were not on a touchscreen button? Yes, input event screen. Oh, it's an input event screen touch, huh? Input event screen touch. That's tough. That's tough. Okay. Okay. I wait train so I can move in and out of places without looking for hired help to spend $100 on. Well, I think I'm still fairly confident in my physical ability. Or at least physical endurance, I should say. So like the last few times I've moved, I was just had some friends help me move. Events. And let me tell you, just walking up and down stairs constantly, that's my jam. I'm very good at doing that. You know, heavy lifting, I can do that for the most part, as long as I'm not trying to like pick up a refrigerator. But even then, actually, I don't think I can pick up a refrigerator. Back when I used to weight train, I think I used to. But I can pick up like a couch section by myself. I just need someone to help like put it on my back. Done that before. So if event is input events mouse button and events. How do I check to see if it's a button pressed, button index. Okay, so we can check to see this. If event button index is equal to button left. Actually, we can do this all on one, right? Well, no. If it's button left, and then if, it's just a big else if chain. So if event is input event mouse button, and then, yeah, we can take this out. And all of this. Then here we just need to check to see if events is pressed. Is pressed? Is that what I want? No, we just want the property pressed. If pressed, then we can do should move part equals true. Else should move parts. Awesome. Yeah, like going back to like exercise, right? Like I can still do, like I still do regularly do this calisthenics, random calisthenics. So I can do 32 pull-ups in a row. I can do 25 good pull-ups, and then I can do 32 if I really push it, but there's a little bit of swinging. Can still do 60 push-ups in a row. If I have like a, you know, you can go into a rest position, I can do 100 or more. Sit-ups, painful. Squats, I can max out at like 60. Leg muscles, kind of trash. If events is inputs, events, what is it? Screen touch. Gotta sneeze. No, never mind. I was sorry. Apologies. Squats are bad for your back? Not really. As long as you're doing them correctly. You know, you guys just gotta remember to straighten your back. Straighten your back. So it's like belly button forward, shoulders back, and then you want to really feel it in like your butt. I think not quite your butt, but like your thighs. Your thighs around your butt area. Something like that. Alright, so touch index in the case of a multi-touch event. What? One index, huh? What? So it'll be and event index is equal to 1. I guess? Lunge is better. I suppose, yeah, lunges are pretty good too. Lunges are pretty good. But they take a bit, they take a bit longer to do as well. They are better for you though, yeah. I think if you are lifting weights, squats are better because it just requires less range of motion, so you're less likely to fall over. But if you're just doing calisthenics, then yeah, lunges are better. If event pressed, then yeah, this is the same stuff. I wonder if I could reverse this. No, I don't think I can reverse this. I think this is still the same stuff, right? Is there a way to make this more efficient? I don't know. Send it for now. No, I'm not pressing. Oh, it's because of this. So, dun dun. If event is input event mouse motion, and then also, and should move part. And there we go. All right, cool. So then we can buy one. Yeah, cool. So that's what we just kind of implemented after just talking about exercise. Oh, it's a bit weird. Oh, 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 oh. Some weird interactions there when you start to overlap the other thing. But here's the idea, right? Is that you'll be able to kind of mash parts together. I think I'm not going to implement this, or I'm not going to implement like a better sorting algorithm. I think I'll just make it so you can't push things, you can't overlap. So these things have invisible area 2Ds. So as long as I, have some logic to prevent them from overlapping each other, I think it should be okay. Yeah, so we can buy another one. Look at that. And then this is just going to be the fighter, right? So we'll spawn in something like this, and you can attach guns and whatever. And then once you click on them as well, right, it'll be the thing that's selected. So once you click on it, a thing will pop up here, and then you can, I guess, edit the part, and then you can sell it, etc., etc. And then you click off, and then it will go away, right? That makes sense. Cool, 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 cool. Look, that was easy. Neat. I suppose this part should change. So if we're currently, I think, yeah, if we're currently moving apart, if not, should move parts. Yeah, so okay, that's an easy fix. So you have two parts that are overlapping. Oop, we're confused. Oop. Oop. Oh, okay. So we need to do this for both of these. That's why it's kind of weird. So if we're currently moving up parts, then we should just ignore the other stuff. So this works now. Oop. That was weird. Oop. Yeah, okay, cool. Cool. Have some weird, there's some weird like inputs. Yeah. There's some weird input delay that I can feel. Yeah, see, I click there, but now it's not moving with me because I'm assuming that there was like because I did it too quickly in between ticks. Do you have any idea why animation track loops? What do you mean? Which animation track? Where? Were you just talking about in general? Animation tracks will loop if you set them to loop, right? Yeah, I mean they'll loop if you set them to loop. So if you go here, right, there's a little thing in the corner, but it's not set. Are you playing it multiple times? Are you calling play multiple times in a row? So if you're currently playing, it will. So if you continuously call play on the animation player, it won't restart the animation, I think. Yeah. No, one time, not in process. Okay. Are you referring to the correct animation player? How complicated is your animation? Is your animation using like method calls? No, like that. I think that those are like that's the only like thing. That's the only gotcha I can think of, is that if you call play multiple times, it will just continue to play, I think. Yeah, if the animation was already playing, it will keep playing. That's the only gotcha I can think of. Animation track loops if it's not set. That's the only thing I can think of. Are you sure you're not calling play multiple times? Calling play multiple times where you reset? Not really. If the animation is already playing, it will keep playing. It depends, I think, if you... Well, no, not really. What say you to this? Pretty sure you call it only once. I think you're calling play multiple times, and so it will just continue. And so if you're calling in a process, it won't stop. It also will not play from the beginning. Yeah. This line here says if the animation was already playing, then it will keep playing. Yeah. If it's called multiple times, yeah, but it's this line here. If it's already playing, it will keep playing. It will not reset itself. It would rewind it. No, it would not. That's what I was saying. That's the gotcha. That's the gotcha. If the animation was already playing, it will keep playing. I've run into that before. I know things. I know things sometimes. I'm a bit too humble for my own good. I make it sound like I don't know what I'm talking about. But that is a pretty big one. That's a pretty big one. What happens if you have two things on top of each other? Okay, that is just non-deterministic. Okay. Yeah, you're right. He's done it. He's done it. I know things. Hooray. Alright. Ship part. I think we don't want to do anything here for now. We will want to have something in ship part. Something that's like func, like parse ASM. So then this will take some sort of ASM as a string, and it'll turn it into actual stats somehow. Yeah, okay. It's impossible to call it in process. Is it being called in a callback somewhere? And is that callback being triggered multiple times? Like, it's hard to say. It's hard to say without actually looking at the code, but that's what it sounds like. Can you... Oh, you know what? What you can do is on the animation player that's currently running. Animation player. Right? You can do this. Hook up this signal, the animation started signal, connect to it, and then set a breakpoint. And then you can just look at the stack trace, right? Well, actually, do signals work? Do signals give you a stack trace? I don't remember. But you can at least pass more information to animation started, and then debug from there. Yeah, I think that'll work 100%. It's a bit weird. It's kind of a workaround, but it'll work. All right, so let's create another thing really quick. Oh, hello, Kaitan, KT. Thank you very much for the raid. Did I take a VM in grind rail? How was your stream? Thank you very much for the raid once again. I am throwing away 3 weeks worth of work and instead pivoting to something else for the GitHub Game Off 2021. It's a square. It is a square. So if you have played the game, have you played Upgrade Complete? It's a Flash game. Was pretty big around like 2009. But Upgrade Complete was, you know, you bought all your upgrades. Yeah, so you had to buy like menu buttons and whatever. But instead, what I'm doing is I'm focusing more on like the ship building parts, and then instead of, you know, you being forced to buy new upgrades, instead every single part is defined by like this kind of weird assembly language. So I've written this once, and I've written a language once as well, a separate one. So I guess you then have two choices. You can either buy like the really expensive shop item, or you can just write it. You can kind of like program it yourself, and that kind of fits into the theme of bug. Yeah. A code that creates a parts attribute file for open source parts and call variables stored in that file. 3 weeks of worth. You're doing things on Adobe Animator. Oh no. I'm doing things in Godot, so I'm writing a... Like most things, I just write everything in Godot, right? Found out that my grind rail looks kind of like a stream of something inappropriate. Your grind rail? What's a grind rail? Oh, I love that movie. Actually, I don't like that movie, but I watched it in college. Human Centipede, uwu. Which ran now, let's know that I meant to. Sorry, mobile. My pick stream icon to get me exactly right. What? Look at that. Anyways, yeah, that's where we're at. That's where we're at. It's programming inside of just like a shoot 'em up, I guess. So I just finished building this part, so you can build your ship, etc. So there's only the chassis for now. Grind rail. Ratchet and Clank, except it's Goulet particle. Oh, I thought you were talking like, since your toasters were just kind of like lined up in groups of 3. I thought you were like making a Human Centipede reference. I'm not really sure what grind rail is, so I tried to make an assumption. I'm sorry. Anyways, that's what I got from it. I was like, oh. It's like a kind of a weird Human Centipede thing, and then you mentioned that it's like, oh, it's inappropriate. It must be Human Centipede. What a strange film. Lord of Butts. Look at this. Whee! Oh yeah. Let's see. What was I doing again? Oh, I was gonna make a gun. Hooray. So let's save this as... This is just, I don't know, basic gun. We'll just call it gun. Everyone loves guns. It's pink, and the reason why it's pink is because I'm going to be palette swapping these. So I think if you can kind of tell from the color palette, everything is very, very muted. Not too much to it. It's like the glowy yellow particle beam that looks like okay. Red message is a reference to Mario pissing. Does he say that? I haven't played a Mario game in forever. I think I tried to play Super Mario Odyssey. You know, bought it for $60 because everyone was telling me, you gotta Switch, you gotta play it. I'll play it. I mostly just got a Switch to play Breath of the Wild though. And let me tell you, got into like the second world in Super Mario Odyssey, which is bored out of my mind. Alright. So what should the gun look like, by the way? Let's draw over this really quickly. Boom. It's from a meme view. Oh. Is that from like the YouTube poop era? I feel like that must be it. That almost sounds familiar, unfortunately. Just draw the word gun. I could. If you just draw the word gun, which is horrible kerning. Could just export it like that, right? And we'll just slap it into there. Easy. We'll need to flatten it as well. Flatten, and then we'll unflatten it really quick. So this should import, and then we can just... I'm not doing these completely procedurally, although I wanted to. And I love doing procedural generation. Even though most times it actually, like, it's probably a bad idea. Can I share a YouTube link? Yeah, sure. All links are allowed. It's the Wild West out here. I can't guarantee that I can look at it though. Let's see. Is this the Mario pissing thing? Sounds very lewd. Ooh woo. Alright, so this is the gun. Quick load. Let's see. Gun. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Gun. And then we'll go into workshop. Let's see.
Time to take a piss.
Okay. Okay. Yep. Yeah, that's about as I expected. It's not lewd, it was censored. He was just draining some Mountain Dew from a big black thermos. It's not weird. It's only a lewd if you make it lewd. But yeah, what were you working on, KT? I'm assuming you were working on something that may or may not have been related to piss. Since that was the first thing that kind of showed up apart from the raid message. Ship part type, gun. Okay. It was not related to piss. Well, that's very disappointing then. I've immediately lost interest. That is not my kink. I'm assuming it's related to gun rail then? Grind rail? Gun rail? Grind rail, they both start with G's. I'm getting my words mixed up. I'm unable to talk like a normal human being anymore. Ship parts. Let's see. No, the grind rail ended up looking like that, became funny. Titanfall 2 inspired arena FPS. Ooh. I've been wanting to play Titanfall 2, especially since it's so cheap. I'm not really into multiplayer shooters anymore after I got out of Overwatch. Really burnt out on that. But I saw that the Titanfall 2 campaign looked pretty cool. So was looking into, maybe I could just play that one of these days when I have time. Aside from all the other things I do. Campaign is still very good, yeah. Yeah. I just need to find time. The hardest parts. You know, because I need to work on this. This is due, or submissions are due next Wednesday. Or I suppose they would be this Wednesday. Very current status, yeah. Still working, still a good campaign. Titanfall 1 is very good and very playable. Titan 2's multiplayer is a crapshoot. What's your main on Overwatch? Usually play Junkrat or Ana. Junkrat, Ana, or like pretty much any tank. I don't usually play carries, but if you want to be carried by a support, I can play a really good Ana. We're on a game. She's created grind rails, single line spread over an area that you can jump on to move from the line next one to the other. So it's like a Sonic, but if you stand in front of it, dude, the color looks like a shooting hand. Nice. Oh geez, what am I doing? All right. So play. This is wrong, I think. So this is correct. That's the correct chassis. This Did I get an error? I do have an error. Very good. Attempt to connect non-existent signal item. Oh, item bot. Item bot. Did I? Gun shop item. Oh, am I doing shop item? Is this hard coded? This is hard coded. Amazing. Okay. So we need to change this to. How do I? Picture. Ship part. Ship part. We can do this based off of the ship part, I think. So the ship part will give me. Oh, that's tough. How do I attach a PNG to this? It is technically attached to the ship part. That's the right mess. China watch in like 6 years. Oof. Always did want a main Aon if I ended up having to carry with Lucio. As is tradition. I haven't played Overwatch in a long time though. I think I quit right before they started doing like the fancy matchmaking where you can choose your role. So like a while ago. But because I knew movement was unfortunately good as him. Yeah. I get it. I get it. I get it. And also, Lucio, you don't have to be good at shooting. You just need to stay alive, and then you're already doing your job. Let's see, texture path. Yeah, so we'll make it easy like this. And then texture rect. We'll grab this. Boom, boom. Grind rails is basically supposed to be an analog for zip lines from Titanfall, Apex, except way cooler and more in-depth mechanically. Okay. I was thinking it was going to be more of a Sonic thing, but hey, you know, if you're a Sonic fan, it's a bit weird, but you're into what you're into, right? Race moving with Genji. Genji, weeb confirmed. Weeb confirmed. I think I quit right after the hamster. Isn't the hamster is the one that had the big ball, right? Texture rect dot texture. Oh no. Okay, hold on. Texture. I need to create a texture, which means we need to load in a texture at runtime. Can I do this? I don't actually remember if this is how this works. Texture path. This might work. I think load is kind of like magic in Godot, so it just kind of loads it into whatever it thinks should be there. Hamster, yeah, you have to stay alive. Yeah. We must, because we can. Okay. Let's grab the chassis really quick. Just to see if this will work. I'm gonna clean all this up, by the way. Ignore this. We can make this a lot cleaner, but I'm just seeing what I can do to make things work really quickly for now. Because I did have to throw away pretty much everything. Like Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic the Hedgehog or Sonk the Hedgehog? There's a slight difference. One might be someone's OC, and then one is, you know, quote unquote real character. Yeah. RNC kind of stole grind rails from Sonic Adventure 1, I think. What's RNC? RNC? Alright, there we go. There's the gun. It doesn't return the correct PNG. It does just load it in properly, which is really cool. I didn't have to do anything for that. What happened here? Oh, it's because it's here, ship parts. This one, we need to pass in the appropriate text scene. There we go. So result is equal to whatever this is. Yeah, there we go. Sonic is burst. I'm working on has really smooth and flexible movement Titanfall 2 with the twist that each round has a randomly shows group of mutators and modifiers. Okay, okay. Ratchet and Clank. Never played Ratchet and Clank. Never had a PlayStation, so unfortunately. Alright. So if I had a gun, this is where I would put it. Some weird things here as well. So once you stop clicking, no, that works. And then you can't click here. Then you can click back. It's weird. Anyways, this is where I put my gun if I had one. And then this would be kind of your setup. All right, so there's still some weird input stuff going on in terms of this logic here. This is fun, but I'm to be not here. Now have a good night, Rubber Ducky. Let Ernie know where you are. Ernie. Rubber Ducky, you're so fine. It's okay. Thanks for tuning in anyways. I can be an anime girl as well if you want. Last time I did this did like hard crash my stream though. There's still a few bugs. A basic ground rails on. My childhood was PlayStation. Oof. My childhood was GameCube. But even then, I think you just dabbed on us. I did just dab on you. Get dabbed on, son. But look at that. I think this is kind of weird for the reference model to have. It says it's the fun expression, but I'm not sure that this is the fun that I was thinking of. Which I was N64. I had an N64, but I think the only game I had, or the only games I really had for it were Pokemon Stadium 2, and then of course there was GoldenEye, and then Mega Man 64. And Pilot Wings, of course. Never played Super Mario 64. I only had like those 4 games. And then we got a GameCube. And then just played a lot of Melee. Alright. Okay, so this is where we're at. For the GameCube, yeah. Probably for the best. Probably for the best, so you didn't get sucked into Melee. Okay, so I'm gonna change this from like gun to something else. It's good to know that this will just work though. Yeah, so let's bring this back. We'll draw, I don't know, just freehand it really carefully. Something like that, halfway, and then we'll just what does a gun look like? Kind of has like the turret, something like that. That's bad. I mean, my childhood was actually on PC. You know what? I didn't have like a PC that had more than 1 gig of RAM until I was like in high school. Cause my dad was a programmer, so he did a lot of hardware stuff, but that also meant that you know, we never got any of the new stuff. We only ever got his hand-me-downs, which is fair, you know. You guys gotta do what you guys gotta do. Was you good to afford a PS2? It's because a family friend gave it to us. Age of Mythology and Neopets. We rented a PS2 like once, and then just played a snowboarding game. Do you know the snowboarding game? I'm pretty sure it's the snowboarding game on the PS2. It was like that one and Spider-Man 2, I think. But that was only for like a weekend. And, you know, having 2 brothers, I didn't really get to play it all that much. Alright, so this should be updated, by the way. The intention for this as well is that this should be playable on mobile. So if you go to the next stage, you can see here that, you know, you don't even need to click. It'll just follow your mouse input or your touch input. What does a gun look like? Me, a gun nut? There's 100 different answers. Also, I played a lot on Neopets. Until I kind of realized, like, isn't Neopets just like serving me ads? Isn't that just what this is? And only sports game we had was like ATV Off-Road Fury. I feel like I remember that. Yeah. No, I fired a few guns in my time. Gone skeet shooting twice. Was very bad at it. I think mostly because whenever I would like try to shoot, I would like kind of like involuntarily close my eyes to brace myself, which is not what you want to do, especially when you're skeet shooting. On item bought, and then... But yeah, no, I had a friend, he had like a bunch of PS2 games, so I played a few of those at his house. The only one like I didn't really get to play was, whatchamacallit? What's the one where it's only boss fights? It looks really cool, people love it. Shadow of the Colossus. Yeah. Having consoles up to PS1, got a laptop as a gift during high school with 4 gigs of RAM. Oh baby, 4 gigs of RAM. That's a lot for a laptop if you're, depending on how old you are. I'm shooting since like last year. I've only fired 2 real guns and 1 airsoft gun. Played a lot of airsoft when I was a kid as well. I think my parents, they didn't really understand what an airsoft gun was, so they instead like bought me like a BB gun that you would use to hunt squirrels with. I was like, I can't play with my friends with this, but I can shoot squirrels, I guess. I think it's still based on me that we set up a small target way down range. I came close to hitting it like down range and then actual rifle's owner. Okay. That you came closer to hitting it more than the actual rifle's owner. Yeah, rifle shooting kind of hard. Rifle shooting kind of hard, especially if you're not bracing against something. I think my dad, he brought us out shooting with his friend who was very like anti-Chinese, which is kind of weird considering that we're Chinese. But he was like, yeah, like I know, he's like, yeah, you guys are cool though. I was like, all right, all right. But he had this like super tricked out AR-15. It had like all the things on it. You know, on the Picatinny rails, he had like a laser sight somewhere. He had a undermounted flashlight that you could just like toggle on and off to flash people in the eyes. And I was like, this is like really cool. And he had like the, you know, the red dot sight on top, and then the side mounted iron sight. My roommate would feel uncomfortable having one in the house. Yeah, I think a lot of people are somewhat uncomfortable with having a gun in the house. Isn't it like you're more likely to shoot someone you're living with than an actual intruder? Yeah. So I get it, you know. I wouldn't want to live with someone who just had a gun for no reason. 2009? 2009, 4 gigs of RAM, not too bad. So airsofts were BBs. So BBs are generally, yeah, metal projectiles. And also, I think BBs, they're slightly higher velocity as well. They don't have to be, though. You definitely do not want to shoot at anyone with a BB gun. I think when I was shooting it, I like shot it against the tree, and the ricochet kind of like hit me, and it kind of got like almost lodged in my skin. It was pretty crazy. Like, let me tell you, it wasn't a bruise. It was more than a bruise. When I shot myself with it. Not shot myself, it got hit by the ricochet. I mean, airsoft projectiles you call BBs, so it's funny the distinction isn't made. Yeah, well, I think it like depends on which part of the country you're in, I suppose. Like, I think like air rifles, right, shoot BBs. But I think if you don't use air rifles to hunt squirrels, you won't really encounter BBs too often. What I'm looking for, by the way, is a way to pass in... Oh, well, there we go. There's the way to pass in the data. So for parts in ship view, get children... Wait a minute. No. Wait, yes. Wait, no. Wait. Base ship parts. Then I can add just a ship part data object against this. Sharp part, ship part. Yeah, airsoft babies as well. It's because the plastic airsoft projectiles don't really have their own name. Yeah, I suppose that's true. L96A1, so that's the British service sniper rifle, right? I know things. I know things. Cog babies. Clailed. So here, when we buy something, we add the parts, and then I need to add that to the text scene. This is getting really confusing, but we're just sending it. Parts. Ship parts is equal to ship part. Just so we have a reference to it later. Because the source of truth here will be... No, not this. This is just a pink square. But anything that's in this box here is the source of truth. Yeah. Clinically speaking, BBs are the metal airgun projectiles. I'm so happy you recognize the L96A1. Oh, baby. Got a couple rifles, but they're both kind of in states of disrepair. Are you talking about like real guns or like airsoft guns? Or air guns? I no longer have my air gun, my BB gun. I think it was modeled after the Red Ryder from the, I think, A Christmas Story. I've never seen that movie, but I hear it's fairly popular. HK416. I know the guns from I played a lot of GFL, Girls Frontline. So I know what those are. I played a lot of COD, shot a few guns. I don't know what most of the guns I've shot, I don't really know what they were. I've shot a Glock 17, maybe a Glock 19. I've shot some sort of revolver before. I've shot a lot of 22 rifles, but I don't know what specifically they are. And the shotgun, still not sure. It only held 2 shells though, so I don't know. So let's see. For part in ship view get children, what we want to do is, I guess we'll want to clear out the app manager ship data dot ship parts. Clear that. So we'll just remake it every single time. 416 and GFL pissed me off. And the rifle I shot was some obscure M4 pattern. Excuse me, a AR-15 pattern. They built from parts. Fancy. Building it from parts. Does it mean it's like custom receiver, custom front plate? Is that what it's called? Oh, I can't do that. For parts in ship view get children. So these things will have no name, but they'll have a ship part, and then they'll have a name attached to them. That's tough. So we can do part.name, and then is equal to part.shipPart. That's a bit weird. I actually really dislike this, but it'll work. This is my Ellie, as I call it, is kind of my only airsoft. I like to get my hands on Beretta 9.3 gas blowback pistol, like a real, like a real Beretta pistol. I shot Remington for shotgun, something else for airgun. Nice. I know a guy who had to go. He got like FBI clearance to own like automatic weapons. So like apparently it's still possible. Because I think in my state you're still allowed to own automatic weapons, but it's like heavily locked down. So he was like in the system for like 5 years to get clearance. So he just has just a collection of like weapons. I'm like, that's crazy, dude. I want to shoot some of them though. Ammunition is expensive though. Still expensive, apparently. I've never shot an automatic weapon. I know that you can go to like places and under strict supervision do that kind of stuff. Alright, so player ship, add child, player ship, and then for here, for parts in app manager, only shown M16 and M4. It's just M16. Gas blowback is airsoft. Oh, okay. Isn't gas blowback also like the operation for some things though? For part.keys. We drove out to the desert. There's like a informal range, literally half a mile. Call it half mile marker out there. And the whole thing is just the desert half a mile away from the freeway. It's just where people go to shoot. The basements where I used to go to shoot. That's a weird joke. That's weird. I apologize. Whenever I see like the sentence where people go to shoot, I'm like, so I'm still apparently like in middle school. Mine has never left. Sorry, there's gas operated the blowback mechanism. Most recoil-based weapons, just a very, very different type of gas. Okay, well, I don't know. I think eventually I want to go buy a. I feel like I need to buy a revolver at some point. There have been a string of killings in my part of the city. Makes me very nervous. There's talks that it might be a serial killer, which is pretty neat. Pretty neat. Bar ship parts. Yeah, like they somewhat recently found. It was like a few months ago, right? But there was some lady. She was out walking her dog at like 3 a.m., which is, you know, bad idea. But then also, she was found just super cut up in the park where I usually go to run. Yeah, and they, like a week ago, released the autopsy report. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy. There's like 40 stab wounds, and he killed her dog. It's like, it's extremely rude. It's a very rude thing to do. I can't believe you've done this. Yeah, but I think the scariest part is like there wasn't really a motive either. Yeah. Gas blowback is using gas supplied by the magazine. Got a black gas blowback USP match, which is also my baby. No HK bias here. HK Heckler and Koch. Heckler and Koch. So ship parts keys. So per part key, hold on, I'm gonna confuse myself here. So var part is equal to ship parts key get text scene. This is horrible. All right, we also need to refactor this, but we're just sending it for now. Player ship, hold on. Player ship does not have the, oh, it does have this preloaded. Okay, so player ship parts. So they're all just ship parts at the end of the day. Player ship parts. Add child. G36, very cool, very cool. G36C, very good gun in the in COD 4. Big fan, big fan. G3A3. Yeah, grab food now. Be back later. Don't get lost. And thanks for the raid once again. Much appreciated. Finally got around to uninstalling Call of Duty because of Activision's nonsense. Yeah, I wish I could play more Call of Duties. The last Call of Duty I really played was Black Ops. Did Black Ops or Modern Warfare 2 come out first? I don't know. It was either Modern Warfare 2 or Black Ops, but like I really enjoy playing the campaigns. I don't know if that's a weird take or not. I love the crap out of Modern Warfare 2019. Oh, I actually, you know what? That's a lie. I played Modern Warfare 2019 because it was free on PS4 or PS Plus. Ah, okay. Invalid get index ship part on base camera to what? Camera 2D. Ooh. Ship view get children. What? What? What happened? Oh, it's because of the. Hold on. Wait, it was? I know Black Ops 4 was, but not Modern Warfare. Yeah, well, I don't recall ever buying Modern Warfare, but I just kind of have it for some reason. So maybe it was because my brother just bought it using my credit card when he was here, like the one time. But I have it. Like it's the remastered Modern Warfare, right? That's what I'm talking about. Or is there like a new Modern Warfare that uses the same title? That would be annoying. Oh, the remaster's a different thing. Oh, okay. Well, then I guess I've only played the Modern Warfare 2. Really? I've been out of the loop. What's in Modern Warfare there? Because like it went like Black Ops 2, and then it was like Call of Duty Ghost, Infinite Warfare. Is it Infinite Warfare? Was there something in between Infinite Warfare and Ghost? I forget. Modern Warfare 3? Something like that. I want to play the campaigns, but like I'm not paying $30. I'll give you $10 to play the campaign. How does that sound? $30, that's a bit much, because I don't really play team games. I don't really play team games anymore. I don't play team games anymore for multiplayer. If it's one-on-one, I'll play it, but it was Ghost, Advanced Warfare, Blops 3, Infinite Warfare, Blops 4. Now the current trio. There's a current trio. Oh yeah, there's isn't one of the current trio is just Battle Royale? Oh, and World War II, but we don't count those. We don't count those. All right. I feel like the World War II games are almost like an afterthought. All right, so what's the problem here? Shop items, ship view. Or I guess what does this look like? Ship view. Oh, that's the camera. Okay. So there's two things I need to remove, I guess. Or maybe not. So in battle, player ship does not come with, oh, player ship does come with a cockpit. Okay, so I need to filter out two things. I need to filter out if part is camera 2D. Continue. Modern Warfare 2019, Black Ops, Cold War, and Vanguard that just came out. Oh, Vanguard is like the World War II kind of thing, right? I feel like I've seen a video on that. It was like one of the game spots. It's like military historian, something like that. Firearms historian like discusses, you know, Call of Duty Vanguard firearms. Yeah. I like watching those videos. They're interesting. All right. Because it takes a place like at the end of World War II and has a ton more personality than like every other one, I suppose. I played Battlefield 1, if that counts. Thought Battlefield 1 was pretty cool. Yeah. They're interesting. I don't play COD for realism. Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. What do people play COD for then? It's like you either play it for the campaign or like the multiplayer, which is kind of boring in my opinion. really like the campaigns. That's pretty much my only opinion about Call of Duty. Is the campaign is pretty sick. Or zombie. Oh yeah, there's zombies. I never really played zombies because I was bad at it. All right, get text scene in reference. Is that not what it's called? Get text scene. Ship part. Get text scene path. All right, we're almost there. I'm just kind of stumbling my way through it. So here's a quick lore rundown. Oh baby, a lore rundown. There's lore? I thought zombies was just like a thing. I played like a lot of zombies in World at War. That was fun. I was very bad at it. Modern Warfare 2, most... Oh, okay, I thought you were giving me the zombies lore. I was like, alright. My body's ready. Modern Warfare 2, most of the people were left and felt from respawn? Yeah. After which they left Respawn and went back to Infinity Ward and made Modern Warfare's reboot, which is why Modern Warfare 2019 is so good. They left? Interesting. Also, this is wrong, but we're getting there. So we're dynamically spawning in everything as expected. Everything is still super pink, but still have not gotten around to actually configuring my palette swapper. We're getting there though. Wait, so if they all left Respawn, does that mean that there's no more Titanfall 3? You're familiar? Oh yeah, Hyper. Yeah, Hyper. He works for one of them, right? And then went with them to Infinity War. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm subscribed to Hyper. Yeah, he doesn't really make anything anymore ever since he got hired. He went corporate. What a sellout. Sellout, not shell out. Sellout. Of course, I'm also a sellout, but not in-game dev. Apex is technically Titanfall 3, but yeah, I've never played Apex, but it looks good. I can see how it would be Titanfall 3 though. I guess it's a live service game, which kind of just turned into your entire thing, I suppose, at a certain point. So ship parts. Huh. Var SP. This is really bad. I'm taking a few shortcuts, but that's okay. SP is equal to part ship part, and then SP dot position is equal to part dot position. There we go. And then once we load things in, we should adjust the position based off of the part. Yeah. I think you explained a while ago it's about how to do videos these days because he animates his job and then like he's gonna do come out and animate more. Yeah, it makes sense, right? It makes sense. I don't disparage anyone for like selling out, right? You know, everyone has a price. You know? I think if we were talking in hypotheticals, it's like, what would your price be for like kicking a puppy? And I'm not saying I would want to do it, but what I am saying is that if you had a sufficient chunk of change, I'd consider it. You know? And that goes for a lot of things. It's like, yeah. Like if I sold out, actually, I don't think I would ever. For game dev, it would be very difficult for me to sell out because I'm not good enough. And two, I don't think they could really match my price. All right, so this should be. This is wrong. This is var part is equal to. It's like that. Would you shoot your best friend for $2 million? Oh yeah, probably. I mean, do I have to kill them? It's okay. I'll split the money with them. It's in your best interest. Only for the best friend to hand you the gun and tell you to shoot him in both legs. Well, I mean, if they're asking me to do it, right? I think if my best friend handed me a gun and was like, I want you to shoot me in both my legs, I'd be like, I mean, as long as you sign like a release form. I mean, that's what I'm here for, right? That's what I'm here for. To enable you to do some really dumb stuff. I'll do it for free. I think, you know what? I don't know. That might be a controversial opinion, but I think if like one of my friends was like, I want you to help me do something stupid, and as long as I'm not held liable for it, I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I might let you do it. I think if I would be held liable, then yeah, you're gonna have to pay me a lot of money. Alright, this is actually wrong. Var part instance. You can see I'm probably more of an enabler than I really should be, but so it goes sometimes. Very laissez-faire opinion about doing a lot of stuff. Security for a dungeon and claimed. Alright, Final Fantasy 14. Have fun, have fun. Hear the game is good. Try not to get sucked into any more MMOs anymore. Realized I have other things I should be doing with my time, unfortunately. Like playing Guild Wars 2. Big fan, big fan. Alright, so that should be okay. Yeah. More of a fan of MMOs that's just more exploration focused. Skill rotations, lots of fun. Ooh. That is not quite correct. Huh. Not quite correct. It's close. That's a lot closer than I thought it would be. But yeah. Oh no, hold on. My Duolingo streak. Hold on. I think I'm about to, yeah, I'm about to lose it really quick. We can do a really quick Chinese one. Hold on. 再见. Hold on. Don't mind me. Just doing the first lesson in the Chinese course. So don't lose my streak. Go faster. Because I know that this one is really simple. Oh, I missed it. That's okay. I have a streak freeze. I have a streak freeze. Anyways, why isn't the positioning updating correctly? So the part instance. So from here, this is bad, and then also here, this is also pretty gross to do. This is gross. So for part key and ship parts keys, which we get from the app manager, and we set this from here. Like, we don't care about what the key is. So I feel like at that point, if we don't care what the key is, we should just, it shouldn't be a dictionary. Actually, yeah, why did I make it a dictionary in the first place? Yeah, ship data, that's your struct. Let me think. Let me think. Ship data. This doesn't need to be a dictionary, but we'll change it later. This part is all super necessary because we need to know what the part type is, what the position will be, and then also what the assembly language governing the logic should be. So, shop item, we don't need that. Title, we don't need that. And then most of this other stuff, not necessary. Base ship part, probably just be like parse ASM. let me see. Battle. Ship parts, part key. So that'll be a ship part, right? For now. That's the model. Part instance, this will be some sort of area 2D. We add the child and then we set the position properly. That looks good. Then in workshop, which is the basic screen that was always kind of visible here, right? So we add a chassis, it doesn't matter what color it is. We can add a gun to the front, or actually it doesn't even need to be attached, but we can add more logic for that. Then we go to the next stage and then they kind of just get, I don't know what happens to them. Player's ship. So you have ship parts and you have your chassis and your gun. So I am just moving around the player ship, I believe. Player ship. All right, that's not controlled by the player ship. That's actually controlled by just the battle screen. So player ship, global position, and then all the positions should update in line. Yeah. I wonder if it's because of the... Oh, it's because of the UI scaling. Okay, hold on. It's because of the UI scaling. So the UI scaling really messes up all of the positioning as well. So times 4. We just multiply by 4. So I'm scaling everything that's inside of this workshop screen by 1/4, or to 1/4 scale, not by 1/4, to 1/4 scale. Which means that the positions are also adjusted improperly. So there's a few ways around that. I think this one where I just multiply everything by 4 again should be fine. So everything right here that you can see is scaled by 1/4, which is causing some issues. All right, so that's closer. That's closer to being correct. Why is this? Why is this? I think one thing I need to do, don't multiply by 4. That's just very strange. But in the ship view, we can do this. I think it's 4/4. So instead of messing with the scale, we'll just zoom the camera out. I think that should be fine. So we go to workshop, blah, blah. We add all the things and then we just don't scale it, I suppose. Right? Yeah. Just don't scale it by 1/4. Instead, we just zoom the camera out, which, yeah, has the same effect. But then the scaling needs to change somewhere else. Why? Hey. That's a bit confusing. Okay, let's think about this. So why is... I zoom the camera out by 4. Oh, it needs to... I guess I just need to... multiply this value by the ship view get node camera 2D dot zoom amount. Right? So it's a bit slow, but that's fine. Yeah, okay. So we do all of this. I think this will still give me the wrong thing. So switch off of this. We'll look at the remotes and then let's look at where these are. So those are positioned at 0, 0. Oh, it's because I'm not storing the cockpit position. Ah, okay. Okay. is because I'm not storing the cockpit position. So the cockpit always goes back to its original value. So if I just don't move the cockpit. Don't move the cockpit, like I said. Then I think that should be correct. Yeah, okay, cool. And then this is now your units. All right, so because of that, we do need to, I think we do need to store the cockpit position, but then in battle, or I guess the player ship, we don't want to add the cockpit here. Yeah. So var cockpit, which is the ship part, is equal to ship parts cockpit, I guess. That should be okay. And then we'll do var cockpit instance. Let me see, load, do all of this stuff, cockpit, get text scene path, and then we'll instance it. And then we'll just add it to player ship kind of separately, right? Cockpit instance, and then, because this is ship parts, it's not the actual scene, this is just data, we can do cockpit instance dot position is equal to cockpit dot position. Nice. Okay, so that should be okay, right? So then we can move these around, and then they should, I guess, figure themselves out correctly. Nope. sp dot position invalid set index position on base nil. So what is this? Ship parts, ship view dot get children. So it's in all of these. Ship view, get children. Hey. Oh, cockpit doesn't have a ship part, huh? Okay. Let me think. We can add a custom script to this really quick. So base ship parts creates this, boom. Just kind of do like a manual extends without creating an actual class to hold it in, right? And then the ship part, which is just the model. Let's do this. Ship part is equal to ship parts new. All right, cool. Then we can do all the requisite setup stuff. So ship part has, or part type, position, and then PASM. Okay. So this is ship part type. This is the cockpit. Hold on. Let's change it. So ship part cockpit. Cockpit vector to 0, and then what was the last one? Ship parts ASM. So there's absolutely nothing there. Actually, we can just do this. Hooray for Python. So that should be fine, and then we set all the values afterwards. So you can just have things hanging off like that, floating in space. Ooh, lost one of them. Lost one of them. What happened? I guess it just kind of broke. Or no. What? So if you just have one of each, everything works as expected, so we can, you know, have some kind of weird L shape here, and then, interesting. So they're kind of offset as well. I feel like everything should be, we should unoffset everything by wherever the cockpit is. And also here, part type, cockpit. So results is equal to one of these. So we load in the correct sprites. And then player ship, or battle. Actually, I feel like the cockpit position from this should be used as the offset. Right? So we can have var cockpit offset. So that's a vector too that we'll just kind of hold on to. So cockpit offset, and then the position is the part position minus the cockpit offset, I think. Or is it plus the offset? I think it's minus. It is minus. Hooray, cool. And then you'll just auto fire, etc., etc. The plan is so that when your parts get damaged, you'll have I guess your parts will just slowly wither away, but you'll only ever take real hull damage if your cockpit gets hit, which is the thing that's under the mouse right now, right? Yeah, that'll work. There's no enemies, but it'll just be like auto fire, right? So if you are, even if you don't do anything, it'll just auto fire. Cool. Cool. I think that's fine. This is gross, but that's okay. It's all in the ready function, so it all gets cleaned up in theory. Now I need to debug why we're not able to have multiple types or multiple parts of the same, I guess, thing, right? I know, and I think I know why. It's because the part name is invalid. So if it's invalid, we can change this so this is just an array. This is just an array of ship parts instead, which means that we'll start running into a bunch of errors as well. So change this. Player ship, that's okay. Cockpit, battle, this needs to change. So this is now an array, which means that this needs to change. Oh, okay, well. Now there's no name attached to the ship part. So we're changing a bunch of things very rapidly, for sure. Var part name. P part name. One of these. Part name is equal to P part name. Nice. So going back to this, I guess we'll just have to look for the cockpit first. So we always need to look for the cockpit first, 100%. So for parts, or for P in ship parts, if P dot part name is equal to cockpit. It should be the first one, but we can never guarantee that. Then we'll do all of this stuff. Something like that. Something like this. So this will be, this is just the thing, p.instance, and then we do that. Cockpit offset, some sort of vector 2. Right, and then cockpit offset, we can set that here. So that'll be equal to p dot position, because I can guarantee that this will be, I mean, that'll just exist, right? And we don't need cockpit anymore. This needs to change. So this is just p once again. Don't need that. Then just change all the instances of p or part to p. Yeah. The workshop, this needs to change as well. Where's the error? Should be an error somewhere. Maybe not. Maybe just hit it with an append. Probably be good enough. Yeah. Send it. Nope. Okay, so cockpit, ship parts, cannot convert argument 1 from int to string. Yeah, that makes sense. So this needs to be cockpit. I suppose in battle we don't need to look for part name, we can just look for part type. Part type is equal to ship part type cockpit. Yeah. Okay. So ship data, that's okay. This is also okay. Workshop, I think these things need to be... Huh. Hold on. Ship part. This needs to be turned around, I guess. So one of these. Default parameter expected. So p part name is equal to nothing. So it's possible for it to have no name, I suppose. The part type is much more important, for sure. But now this needs to be flipped around. Might as well give it a default name as well. Okay, then these are all still valid. Cool. So do that. Everything should hopefully still work, and okay, that still works. Now let's try this again, but with I guess multiple chassis and then multiple guns as well, since that was the thing that I noticed wasn't working before. Yeah, that's still not working. Still not working. It kinda works. Wonder what's going on with that. So we go boom, boom, boom. These are all different items. What's going on here? So it shouldn't matter. Yeah, this looks good. We filter out the camera 2D, and then we just look for, we just iterate over every single part. And so these things don't contain any logic for shooting, but they do reuse the same instance, so. Then here, for P and ship part, add child instance. So the positions being, I don't know actually. Let me see. So we go chassis. We just double up on the chassis, right? Yeah, and there's only one, as expected. So there's a bug somewhere where we're not able to do multiples of the same item type. So let's look into the remote. Boom, boom. Ship view, and then there's two chassis, and then of course then it has like the weird naming scheme to make it logically different, right? So that looks good. That looks good. Go to battle. Yeah, let's set a breakpoint here. So next stage, Ship parts, array of size 3. That's true. So boom, boom. Oh. Need to have it continue, but we'll get to that. Okay, so this is also an error, by the way. Hold on. So continue. Okay, so we can do a few things, right? So we can do ship parts dot erase p. It's a bit weird to erase something from an array while you are processing the array. That's usually an error, but in this case, this is fine. It simplifies our life here, so we don't need to filter out the cockpit. So let's try that again. Since I'm also just remaking the array every single time, it doesn't matter. So the problem is that the chassis is not... Oh, it's the same object, huh? Is it the same object? Wait. It's the same object. It says it is the same object ID, and then they have the same position as well. So that's incorrect. Interesting, I think. So it is instancing in everything properly, but wait a minute. Wait. Ooh. 7. So the instancing logic is a bit weird for sure. But if you instance something in, where is it? Creates an instance of a class. Class DB? No. Where's the other instance? Instance. It's attached to node. Where? Instance, this is the signal. Don't want that. Ooh. No? Is it not? It's just an object. Set instance, vaccine instance. So, instance, gen edit state. That doesn't seem right. So they're using the same reference, which is strange, to be sure. An item bot. I wonder. Item bot. An item bot. It's one of these. Huh. I wonder. Ship part. Can I duplicate these? Can I make, how do I make a reference? It's using the same reference for both. That's the problem. I see it now. Or I wonder if I just make this, if I make ship parts into a resource instead, then that should hopefully give me a duplication for free. Duplicate. Something like that. Because the problem is that it's using the same reference. So I'm setting the position on both of these items properly, but because it's the same reference, it sets it here first and then it sets it for both. Okay, there we go. Cool. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. So then you'll have all your things here, boom. Then you can have gun, gun. And then the idea is that whenever you click on these, then this screen here on the right will change. And you'll see options for just basic upgrading of stats, you can sell it, or you can change the code that is assigned to it. Looking good. Looking good. Ship part. So gun. That should be fine. Why didn't that load in properly? Hey. Let's add a gun to this. See, that's incorrect. What's going on there? Oh, but you know what? It's really late. So you know what? I think I'm gonna call it a day for today. Thanks everyone for tuning in. I will be live probably tomorrow, but for sure on Sunday from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern time. Working on this again. Need to work on this pretty quickly in order to get this ready for, it's due on Wednesday. So we'll see what happens. If you haven't already, give the channel a follow. Have a bot. So, if you want to join the Discord, give updates on whatever projects I'm working on there. If you're interested in this face tracking software, I wrote this. This is OpenCFace GD. Look at that, free and open source on GitHub, which you can find in just on my GitHub profile there. This piece of software as well is free and open source. It's not stream avatars. This is just something that I put together myself. Everything is running good dough, free and open source, etc., etc. Yeah, let's find someone to raid. Who shall we raid? Let's see. Oh, you know what? Let's raid Arrow. Arrow Axe. He's also doing good dough, even though I know that some of you came from KT's Unity stream. I'm assuming it was Unity anyways. Yeah. Give the channel a follow. Discord. I don't know. Did I miss anything? I don't really have a Twitter. I have a Twitter, but I don't really post anything on it. But yeah. Get sense.